No announcements, no nothing. Well, hello everybody. Let me just wait a couple of seconds before I start talking here. Where's my book? Everything is like in reverse now. So I'm just testing out this live feed software. Mhm. Hope everything sounds okay. Hope the video's coming out okay. Just gonna move a little bit like that. Actually, what am I doing? I can just move the camera. Hello, people. Hello. Just move the camera a little bit and a little lower. Someone's sitting there. What's going on? Okay. Just welcome. Welcome. It's early in the morning. It is 7:58 a.m. here in Yonkers, New York. And my name is Danny. And this is my channel. I started this channel back in September 11 of 2016. At the time, I only had one shortwave radio that my wife bought me for my birthday uh, the year before, and it's that one right here. The Grundig Satellite 750. That was my first shortwave radio when I came back to shortwave. I listened to shortwave when I was a kid with my brother's JVC boombox back in 1977. Yeah, 1977. He had a boombox, and I wish I could get that boombox now, but the ones that are out there are too expensive to buy on eBay. They're very expensive. So I used to look at the bands, and I used to be like, okay, what is this SW thing? So I would tune the band, and yeah. So I was like, okay, and then I found out, oh, it says shortwave. Oh, it's shortwave. Okay, what is shortwave? So, and that radio doesn't have the. It doesn't tell you. I, I don't think it tells you like what locations. You know how the old shortwave radio tell you this. You got London, Moscow, whatever those. They didn't say none of that. So I just tune in. And my first station I ever heard was the BBC. BBC. I'm like, wow, this is BBC from UK. I'm like, wow, this is cool. This is interesting. So that's the first station I used to listen to when I had a chance to um use the radio, which it wasn't often because my brother knew better than to that his little brother used the radio, and God forbid I broke the radio, which I didn't. But and that was my first uh shortwave listening. And that's the only listening I used to listen to when my brother lent me the radio. That was it. I didn't buy a radio. I did not own a shortwave radio, but I know about shortwave radio. I just never bought a radio. I didn't own one. And then I asked my mom for a radio. But if God rest her soul, uh, rest in peace, mom. Yeah, so she bought me a transistor radio. It was an AM radio. It wasn't even FM. It was just AM. And we had moved to Puerto Rico for a couple of years, and everything in Puerto Rico was Spanish, and my Spanish wasn't that good at the time. Was not good. There was only one station that would play. We would broadcast in English, and I would just listen to that station all the time. And then late at night, real late I would stay up, especially when I didn't have to go to school, and I would tune the radio and move it around, and I would pick up other stations like Virgin Islands and stuff like that, St. Croix, um, Cuba, but of course again, keeping medium wave in Spanish. Then I would pick up Florida, and then when I picked up Florida, I was like, wow, I can listen to AM broadcast from the United States, and that got me hooked into medium wave. So that my really first hobby was medium wave. Even though shortwave I first heard it, but medium wave was the one that I really got into DXing. So every radio I used to buy, I used to try to get tuning in and moving around, and that's I got hooked on medium wave. And to this day, I was using a medium wave. When I go to bed at night, most nights I'll have a radio wave, medium wave, AM. This is what we call it, AM. And I listen to talk radio or sports radio. When I was really into the sports, I would listen to sports radio, like especially when WFAN came out 24 hours. I would listen to that. I was like, wow, because before WFAN, there was no sports radio. There was stations that had a sports show for like an hour or two, and that was it. And then finally, WFAN, when they came out 24/7 sports, wow, I was like in heaven. So I would listen to that a lot. But yes, as you can see, I have all these radios here. These are old IMAX that I picked up about 3 years ago from Craigslist seller. He was right here in Yonkers. He was trying to get rid of them. They both work fine. They have one of them has the old Mac OS 9, the last Mac OS 9. The other one has Leopard. Actually, I think I got it up to Snow Leopard and that. So over here you got the data center. Well, it's a home lab. Not really a data center. It's a home lab. People call it the home data center. I call it a home lab. And that's what you have there. So I know I'm making this live stream early because my son is sleeping right now upstairs. And that's another thing that I've been wanting to do live streams for a while, but it was difficult for me to live stream because I didn't have the right webcam at the time. I'm using this one now, the Logitech C920. And I have one on my laptop too, but that one I can't use. That one it's awful. So I finally got it set up the way I want it. Plus, at the time, I had to fix everything up in the background because last time I had a web stream was wow. And you saw how that web stream was. It was always jerky. It was awful. I think that was like 2017 when I had that live stream. And it was on this side of the room right here with the door facing me in the back in the closet. It was awful. So I want to do more live streams like this because the deal is that this channel, there's only so many receptions you can do and post, and that's great. But I wanted to do more live stream. I wanted to do also more, if anything, if possible, tutorials. Although I'm not the man that knows everything about shortwave. Not that know everything about shortwave. Because I'm new to the hobby. I'm still new to the hobby. I came back in 2016, like I said, with this one radio alone, and I learned a lot. I learned a lot about the hobby. I really learned a lot in 6 years. I learned a lot about the hobby. I learned a lot about radio. And of course, when I bought this radio, I looked at the instructions, but somebody was like, okay, you know what? Let me just go on YouTube and search how to use this radio. And the first videos I saw was Tom's radio show, how to use this radio. And then also I ran into Jill's official SWL, which he talks about different bands and all that. So between those two channels, I got started with this radio right here. I got started into the hobby, really learned a lot. And then shortly after that, I wanted to post videos myself because I always wanted to do YouTube. And I have this channel that's here. Actually, not this channel. Well, this my other channel, my crypto channel. That channel. That's the original channel for this account, and that was made back in 2000. Wow, I can't remember. I forgot what year it was. I had this account for over 10 years. I want to say about 10 years or more. And I threw a couple of videos up, and then nothing ever happened to it. But I always wanted to do YouTube. But two things: one, uh, didn't know what to talk about. I didn't want to. I'm not a. I am a funny guy, but you can't come up with skits all the time to entertain. That's not me. Like those people that get millions and millions of subscribers, you know. And then gaming, which I'm doing. I've been doing. I do retro gaming, and that's for one particular, mostly for one particular console. You know, I'm not playing the modern games that people play now. I just can't relate to those games. And so I started posting videos on this radio, and I started interacting with people, and that's something. You know, I was a little shy about that to post videos, and you know, not that it bothers me that people don't like the video, because I care less. I just, you know, it took a lot for me to start making videos, and then the next videos that I was talking to them, that was another thing I had to overcome, because sometimes people are conscious about the voice and things like that. That was me. And then eventually those videos, when I look back, those videos actually get a lot more views. They get a lot more reaction than just posting reception. And which makes sense because, you know, people want to interact. So that's how the next step was live stream. And when I did the live stream back then, it was, you know, I had fun with it. It was fun. But the webcam that was, it's the same laptop. It's awful. And I bought one shortly after that, but I just never did a live stream. And one thing turned like to another. And then I always thought about, well, if I do a live stream, how can I improve on the live stream? Of course, people want to see stuff in the background because people want to, you know, stuff to talk about. People ask you questions. And if I try to have everything readily available now that I can answer a question. And that time when I did that, I just did it, say hello to some people, and that was it. But this time I want to be more interactive. So, like, if you're on the chat, you want to ask a question, you can, and I'll try to answer it. Of course, right now I have nobody, and I suspect that, you know, I'm new to this live stream thing, and I'm gonna try to be on for at least an hour, and let's see how it goes. And yeah. So yeah, so that's my latest hobby right now. I just bought this server rack thing. I got a good deal on this actually. Normally this costs about $300 or $400 for this 27U. I bought this for $150, and I put all my stuff up there because I like to tinker with the. There was a video that a long time ago that I had the web server that was running, backing up files. I still have that server that's down there now. It's an old Dell 2950s down there. And then I just got another server right here. Lower the camera a little bit. I have another server right here. That's an HP server. Then I have another one. This is well, this is not a server. This is supposed to be a web filter type from Barracuda. Of course, I got rid of the proprietary NIC and stuff, and threw in VMware ESXi, and I'm trying that out in there. And actually, when you open that up, that's just another computer. That's a i7 processor with 16 gigs of RAM and a 500 gigabyte hard drive, enterprise drive from Western Digital. It's consumer grade stuff that they put in. Yet they charge you thousands of dollars for the appliance, and it's really a PC. You could have bought this for under 1,000, but the reason why they sell it because they have their own proprietary software, and you're buying a subscription. But a lot of these businesses, that's what these are. These all belong in a data center somewhere, some business. And what happens is after a few years, it gets obsolete for them, and they just sell it to a reseller. And you can buy a server like this for like $100. This one right here, HP. This is a HP. Let me show you right here. Get into this. Yeah, let me just show you. So this one, that's a HP ProLiant GL360. Yeah, DL360 G6. Okay. And that is let me move it back over here. Put the camera back over here on this thing. And that is a Intel quad core processor with 64 gigs of RAM. Okay, I have 4 drives in there. That cost me $100, $100 on eBay. With the shipping, it was like 100. Actually, it was 100 with tax included everything. It was $114 and free shipping. And this, I could use this for video rendering. I could use this, old for business, but for us, the home user, this is great. You can use these for your video editing and everything. I even seen videos where they use this for gaming. And hooked a big video card on there. It's a big server they have it on the table for gaming. It's not a sexy case with lights on it, but this thing is powerful. Even it's just not by enterprise business standards. It's not powerful right now because now they have. But for me, this works great. I'm gonna have this for a few years. I can do video editing on it. I can play around it. Put like I said, I can put VMware in this one or whatever virtualization. I can put different operating systems I want to learn and stuff like that. That's what's great about this stuff. So this stuff 15 years ago, you wouldn't be able to get it at this price. Now that generation of servers is out there on eBay, now you can buy those for cheap. $100. I seen some under $100. And you can use stuff like this, at home. And of course, let show you that setup. I'm going to show you this setup right here too. This is my I made that video about the DX100 the other day. Okay. And this is where I got my setup at because Joe's going to have his 40th anniversary in a couple of weeks or so. So I'm ready. I got mine hooked up with the I can hook it up with the MLA-30 with this guy. I did a video on that with this whole thing. So I'm ready for that show. And of course, I got my scanners right there. This is my first scanner right here. The BC355N. That's my first. That's the one I recommend people to. You're gonna get the scanner radios, buy this one. Don't buy this one. All right? Buy that one. And then, of course, I got my CB radio right there, my Becca 980 SSB. Okay? And there you go. And let me put it back over here because I got somebody on. There you go. So, Matt Radio the Extra, hello. How you doing? Good to see you. And, of course, I got this chat now. I got the chat for subscribers only. And you have to be a subscriber at least for 5 minutes. Because I don't want to put it without anybody can come in. I don't want to deal with that right now. This is my first. This is officially my second chat, my second live chat. So Matt Ready the Extra, how you doing? Good to see you. Yeah, another person that really encouraged me to keep up with my channel was him, Matt Radio the Extra. So thank you. The Radio Geek, how you doing? What's up? So yeah, so that's another thing. When I started this channel, it was good to have some encouragement because you're always gonna have people that they're not gonna like you for whatever reason, or they're gonna look down, they're gonna try to look down on you or whatever. And you know, I had that. I had a couple of them. I still do have a couple of them. They know who they are, and that's fine. You know, I'm still here. It ain't going anywhere. I'm still here. I'm having fun. So the radio geek. Yeah. So I said, let me show you my other radios. My whoa, stepping on those. So these are all my portables right here. I got some around the house, but of course that's the Super Radio 3. That's an old. I have not made a video on this. I think only when I bought it. This is Daymark. I don't know if you guys remember that catalog. It's a mail order catalog that's in Minnesota. Of course, they've been going out of business. As you can see, this is the it got the Daymark logo right there. DK DAC. That's their brand. That's a shortwave radio. In that catalog, I saw that radio back in the early 90s. And I wanted that radio. But that radio was expensive. And of course, over here, I got this Radio Shack realistic. This is like they call it high performance radio. See, long range high performance radio. So this is supposed to be like a, you know, what do you call it? A super radio type. And of course, another Daymark is up there. I got nostalgic with Daymark. I started buying all the Daymark radios. And of course, I got a whole bunch of radios over here. That's another Sony radio in here. That's a 7600. ICF 7600, which I haven't even made a video on that yet. Another smaller Radio Shack radio right there. And go over here. I'm sorry I'm shaking, but see, I got a lot of stuff here, man. I got a lot of junk here. Yeah, they're not junk. Just kidding. My loops all the way at the end. See, I got all three loops right there. The Select Tenor, the Texan, and the Turk. All three of them are there. And of course, the PL360. Yes, the Masoni 5900W. ICF 5900W. That's a man. That radio was a steal. $25. That radio on eBay right now is at least a $200 or $300, maybe even $400 range. I've seen it. Of course, my Longines Symphonets right there, and I got a whole bunch of stuff right here. I got my Infed there. Balance, which I'm gonna use one. I'm gonna throw the long wire in the back. I'm gonna make a video on that soon. Oh, I keep stepping on this thing. Wow. What the? Yeah, sorry, all the shaking, but I'm taking my webcam and showing you stuff there. Let's see. I also have the usual one or two that dislike my video. They're not going to put me off. Good to hear. Good to hear you still preserve rather than give persevere. Excuse me. Yeah, exactly. But you know what? They got rid of the dislike now. You could dislike a video, but it won't show now. So that took away whatever little power they thought they had. It's gone. Because I had one like that every video I would post, he would put this like boom, boom, boom. And then when I found out where it was from, I found out where they were from because when you do the geographical thing, I took a guess. I knew who it was. And I was like, okay, one is from, we already know one is from Finland. He no longer. Then the other guy, he's a guy that used to always be on the official SWL chat. And he used to brag about some radio that he had. And by the way, he's also Canadian. That's how I found out. So I was like, okay, I know this guy. Because I say hello to everybody. I'm the type of person that I'll say hello to you in the chat. I'll give people benefit of doubt. I extend my hand to you. But if I see that you don't say hi to me back after a few times, because sometimes you can't say hi to everybody. I mean, you can't. I shouldn't say hi to everybody. Maybe the chat went by too fast. They didn't see my hello, whatever. But there's a few times I went out of my way to say hi to everybody. Everybody. And this guy never used to, he didn't even acknowledge me. Like I didn't exist. Okay. But that's when I knew. I said, okay, this guy doesn't like me. He just doesn't want to interact with me for the. I'm gonna leave this guy alone in the chat because, and that's it. But then I noticed that if I come on, I used to go on the chat and post a video. I told you, oh, I just posted this video. Right away, boom, boom, I'll get dislikes on that video, and it will be from the usual suspects. The Radio Geek, I love the people that tell you you're doing it all wrong in your video, but have no subscribe. Exactly. That's another thing. You got most people. You got critics, and that's fine. We all have critics. We should, but not everything. I'm not an expert. I'm not an expert I'm not an expert on this hobby, like I just said earlier. You know, I was limited shortwave when I was a kid, but my hobby was medium wave. And then I got back to shortwave because my wife bought me the radio. Because I told her I was thinking about buying a shortwave radio, but I couldn't afford it at that time. So she bought it for me for my birthday. She surprised me. She said, "Look, I got you this Grundig. Enjoy your hobby. Here you go." And that took off. That radio made this channel because of that one radio. Sorry, I'm moving around. But that one radio changed my whole outlook. Got into the hobby again. Started making videos. Started learning about stuff. Started passing what I know to others. Even though, like I said, I'm not an expert. But yeah, the same thing. Yeah, you're always gonna have people that, you know. I had somebody that criticized me when I did the mod, the ML-30 BNC mod. Someone actually told me that my soldering was, you know, are you kidding me? Are you serious? Like, come on, bro. Like, seriously, you couldn't find any, you couldn't just say, you know, great tutorial, you know. First of all, I rarely solder. I'm not an electronics guy. I don't claim to be that guy. Like, you know, they give you like no margin for error. Literally. So the guy wrote that. I left the comment there. He wrote some, I don't want to say old guy because I'm an old guy. I'm 56 years old. I'm going to be 56 in a couple of months. But this guy was like, really, he just quit. Oh, you're soldering. Are you kidding me? You know, yeah, you can't win with this. So yeah, I just be like, you know what? Like, ignore. And then, like, the one from Finland, same thing. I had posted a video about this. Let me show you. I don't know if you remember the video about this. I don't use this, but I made a video on this. It's a grounding kit for like different radios, but mostly for tabletop old radios. And it has like this outlet that you plug it into the ground thing. And he went off on me. He went off with a long comment, like how, as a ham, he shouldn't sell stuff like this. That, are you kidding me? Like, you don't come to my page and try to, ruin my page because for whatever reason. Come on, seriously. So that's what he tried to do. So I just blocked him. I said, you know what? You're getting blocked now. I'm sorry. You know what? You seem to know what you're doing. You're a smart guy, but you're an asshole. I'm going to say it like that. Sorry, bleep. You're an asshole. And that's what happened. So he got blocked. He got blocked from my channel. Boom. That's it. I'm not gonna give you another chance. You put something that long in my channel, and you try to embarrass me, try to subscribers, try to make me look, you're gone. You're gonna get blocked. That's it. So that's what happened. And he got blocked. That was the end of him. So after that, every video, bing, dislike. Come on. That's why now I'm glad they took away that dislike button, because that took away their, the little whatever jollies they got from that dislike nonsense. That ended that, which is good. And I'm not a sensitive person. I could care less, but I'm glad they got rid of it because you know what? Especially young kids, they're trying to start up their own channel. I have a son. He's 7 years old now. He wants to start a channel. And I'm glad they got that kids thing, that there's no more comments and all that, because that leads to bullying. And some kids, it really is bad. So I'm glad that YouTube did that. Kudos to YouTube that did the YouTube Kids thing. Or you have the option that if your video, you could turn off the comments too. And I'm glad they did all that. I'm glad. But for me, I don't care. You post whatever you want. You post a comment. Um, if I don't agree with it, I got the right. I'm gonna say, you know what? How you use it from this channel? Bye bye. You get blocked. That's it. Hey, hello, Diesel 1001. Good morning to you too. And thank you for that. Thank you for all the subscribers. Thank you. It's a long grind. 2,159 subscribers. I never thought I would get 1,000. I'm humbled by that. You know, I'm humbled by that. And right now I have 450 videos. And I took a long break. I took a long break because a lot of reasons. One, my voice. I had COVID now twice. Officially, unofficially, I had it 3 times at least, but twice I tested positive. And the first time I had COVID was before it was official. I got it back in January because I used to work for a company called Kawasaki. It's a Kawasaki rail car. I used to work on the subway cars. So of course, a lot of people in the plant. And this is right before like I said, January. I was sick as a dog, on and on, lingering. And then in January, in December. In January, one day it really hit me, pow, for like 3 days. And it was worse than the flu. I couldn't even breathe. I had trouble breathing. I had oh my God, it was disgusting. I had to, spit every so often. I had to walk. I literally had to walk away with a cup because it was just. If I didn't get rid of it, I would have been like in the hospital. And I'm taking Mucinex and all that. And finally, about the third day, I was fine. But I lost my voice for a month. I was fractured in my voice, and I couldn't make videos, talking videos. I couldn't make no videos, and then lingered out. And then I got it again a few months later. That messed up my voice. So for all that time, I couldn't even make a video if I wanted to talk. Yeah, man, Radio DX. Some people don't have the thick skin, so I respect the. Yeah, exactly. You know, no, I don't mind. I don't mind opinions. If there's something I can improve on, or there's something you know, another idea, like I posted in a video about the DX100, how to connect it. I say it. Put in the comments. Put in the comments, and I'll look into that. Um, no, some people just trolls. That's what they are. They're trolls. They troll. They got nothing to do better with their life. Whatever. I don't know. They're angry at the world. I don't know what it is, and they just wanna. They say misery loves company. That's what it is. Misery loves company. They wanna. You got people like that all around. Not only online, but every walk in life. Um, even people that you think are your friends. Well, I had people that I grew up with that I would hang out with them, play basketball, and play football. But behind my back, they would talk about me like nobody's business. Like, whatever. You're always gonna have people like that, and a lot of it is, I'm gonna say, it's jealousy. Some of it is jealousy that you're over here and they're not, whatever. They're not content with their life. It's an individual thing. Some people are just never gonna be. Like me, I know people my age that are still dyeing their hair. If you saw my video, if you saw my first live, no, not even my first live. If you saw my video when I got 100 subscribers, my hair was dark. I had a fade. I was a lot lighter. And I was like, wow, I really aged in the last few years. Yeah. Some of it was COVID, staying indoors. I did put on some weight. Yeah. But you know what? I'm not depressed. Not depressed over it. You know? Danny, what is your favorite radio that you own? Okay. In terms of, we gotta be more specific because there's a few radios I love. Tabletop, my favorite tabletop right now. That's the best tabletop for me. I wish I had the whole. Is I'm not gonna say the Yaesu FRG 7700. I'm not gonna say that's my best tabletop. My best tabletop, believe it or not, is okay. I'm stepping on this. Oh, hold on. I'm sorry. My actually it's this guy, the Kenwood R2000. That is my favorite tabletop. I'm sorry, I'm shaking here. That one I can pick up. The only problem with that one is when I bought it for $50 of a Craigslist seller. The single sideband is not working, and the attenuator button is gone. The whole thing is. But if it was fully functional, I would love this. I would really use this radio a lot. But this is right now my favorite. For tabletop, this is my favorite. And the second one, of course, is this guy, the DX302. I love that one for tabletop. Because I don't want to call this one a tabletop. It's not really a tabletop. It's a portable. But that would be my favorite portable. Okay, my favorite portable would be the satellite, the Grundig Satellite 750. That is my favorite portable. Yeah, that would be my favorite portable. And my favorite tabletop will be the Kenwood R2000. Thank you, Matt Ready the Extra. Yeah, it's because over the years, spent a lot of money too. But I always try to get deals. You know, all this stuff is, of course, they're older radios anyway. Except for this one, this is brand new. Because my wife bought this from Amazon. All of these were, a lot of it was Craigslist. This one was eBay. I believe it was about $50. This was fully functional. This one works fine. This is almost in mint condition. The only issue with this one was the button. It had this button. The original button was missing. So he included this button. But it works. You know, I went on eBay to try to buy the replacement button. The guy was asking $28. $28 for a VFO knob like this. He didn't want to budge. I said, I made offer. I said, look, I'll give you $15. Decline. He didn't want to budge. It was there for a year, the ad. And somebody finally probably bought it because I didn't see the ad no more. Who the hell's going to pay $28 for a button? Get out of here. I don't need it that bad. He was on something. Forget it. Of course, this is Craigslist seller. And the ones, I'm going to show you the ones below. There you go. See? Good thing you asked that question. Of course, these are the older ones down here. That's the Hallicrafter. Okay. SX25. And I'm going to have to stand up because I'm on the chair. And of course, over here is the Hammerlin HQ100. All Craigslist. And of course, that's the speaker for the SX25. And then that one, I'm just going to go down here. It's kind of dark in here. Yeah, I need the light. Let me just stand up. I'm going to show you this one. This is the one that everybody was saying, I can't believe they're going to throw out this radio. That one. That is the S20. Sorry, I'm trying to. S20R. That one, I don't know if you remember that video. Sorry, I'm moving all over the place. Okay, now I'm going to stay still for a few minutes. That S20, I responded to that one. That was a Craigslist ad that originally he was selling it for like $75, I believe, or something like that, which is still a pretty good price. I was like, wow. So then I contacted the guy. I said, I said, listen, I'll offer you 50. He said, fine. He said, I asked, does it power up? He said, yeah, it powers up. So then when I went to meet him right here in the Bronx, a local university, they were throwing them out. He said they threw out a whole bunch of those radios out in the trash. I was like, are you kidding me? a university. So I bought that one for $50. I told him, "Do you have any more like that?" He said, "No." He said, I had another one, and that one I just sold that one. What he had left was watt meters and stuff like that from the 20s. All those gadgets like watt meters, whatever type of meter. I'm not interested in that. So I was like, no. I said, I just want the radio. I just came here for the radio. So a university throwing out this stuff. I was like, are you kidding me? I would have been dumpster diving in there. Even anything radio related, even if it was a paddle, Morse code, whatever, anything, I would have took from that dumpster. That was about to go in the dumpster, and he rescued it. He's a young kid. I think he was like 19 years old. He didn't know nothing about the radio. He thought it was because he told me, he said, I turned it on, but I can't hear nothing. I'm like, because that doesn't have an antenna. And now when you need a long wire. But I didn't tell him that. I just thought, maybe, I don't know. I didn't want to put all my aces out there. So I told him, if it powers up, I'll take it. I said, yeah. Even if it didn't power up, I was going to take it anyway. But I would have offered him a little lower. So, so he told me the story. He's like, I said, no. I said, that radio's from I believe that radio's from the 30s. I told him, I don't know what year in the 30s, but it's late 30s. He said, really? I said, yeah. I said, yeah. And he was like, yeah. I said, God, I said, and he said, yeah. Because when I went to his house, he had a whole bunch of watt meters, everything, but no more radios. That was the last radio. So I said, yeah, exactly. Hopefully someone got those radios before they made it. Yeah, because it is heartbreaking. It is heartbreaking. I mean, I was like, are you kidding me? A university, a college. And this is a local college in the Bronx. I think it was Lehman College, which is a city university. It's not even a state. Yeah, it is a shame. So he rescued them, and I was like, I told him, I said, why would they do something like that? At least donate them to a place, because I spoke this to my wife the other day. I said, one day, it may be 100 years from now, Andrew Pitt, good morning. Well, good afternoon for you, but good morning. Good afternoon from Berlin. Nice collection. What is your go-to SW radio or radios most days? I just showed it. It was there. For tabletop, it's gonna be the Kenwood R2000. Of course, the Grand Dig Satellite 750 for portable. But if I'm outside and I take my XH Data D808. I love that radio. I also love the Sony ICF 2002. I love that radio, even though it's a little more sensitive to noise, but I love that radio. I just love the way it feels, and I put it on a stand because it doesn't have a stand. I put it on a plexiglass stand. It's a beautiful radio, and I have the other one right here, the ICF 7600, which I will be making a video on that one day. Because I bought that one because I lost this one. It was around the house and I lost it. Non-locks AUVK1 DON. I only have the PL330, but I love it. Yeah, it's a nice radio. It's a nice radio. I didn't start with all this radio. Like I was saying in the beginning, I started with this radio. This is a radio that my wife bought me for my birthday back in 2016. 2015. Excuse me, the year before I started this channel. So that's how I got back into shortwave. It was this radio. All these radios came after that. That became the addiction. This is all the addiction and content. But this is the radio that started it all. It was this radio right here. I love this radio. I have the PL660. I bought that one for the 100 subscriber video. I bought the PL660. I bought that one. And I have that one. It's over there. And I use it once in a while. But yeah, they're pricey. But like I was saying earlier to them, I didn't pay top dollar for these. I looked around. eBay, This one was a Craigslist seller. This one came in with the other one. I bought. This one, it was 3 radios. It was this one, the Helicopter SX25, and there's a Long Jeans radio up the Symphony. It's a multi-band radio. That one, I got all 3 of them for $200. And I think that was one of the most expensive buys that I did. Everything else, this one was $50 on eBay, $52, I think. This one I paid, this one I paid a little bit. This one I paid almost $200 on eBay. But you know, I have a limit. I'm not gonna spend no, you know, $1,000 on a radio. No, I'm not doing that. That's not me. Especially now with the SDRs. Yeah, well, it's hard to find a bargain everywhere. Over here, we have Goodwill, and they're horrible. I know Arthur's Handicrafters Kitchen. That man finds some good deals. You think I find good deals? That man finds some steals. He goes to Savers. He goes to all these different. He finds a lot of stuff. We don't have, you know, over here in New York, unfortunately. Yeah, that new e-tons. I don't even look at them anymore because I'm not buying no more radios unless I really want the radio. I didn't buy the PL 990. I did not buy any of the new ones. I have not bought any of them because I'm happy with what I have. I'm happy. And I don't, you know, the last new radios that came out that I bought was the XH Data D808, and then I bought the Ready Wow, and that's it. I anything else I know, and of course SDR. I bought the RSP DX. Excuse me. I bought the RSP DX, and then of course I bought the Discovery HF Plus Air Spy. But you know, now that I have SDR, I wouldn't spend over $1,000 on a tabletop unless I get my ham license and I want to you know, which I really have no desire to do that. And I'll get into that in another topic because I just don't want to get into that right now. Are you from the Bronx? Yes, I grew up in the Bronx. I was born in Puerto Rico. I raised in the Bronx. And I moved over here to Yonkers about 10 years ago now. Yeah, 10 years ago I've been living in Yonkers. So yeah, I have the Bronx accent. I'm only new to ham, so I don't have much. Gotta sell somebody. Well, I haven't got my license yet, but I bought because somebody gave me a radio when I bought the Grundig 800, which you didn't see is on the other side of the room, but I don't want to get up and show those. I have radios on that side too. And he gave me his little radio. I'm trying to find it where it was. Let me go over here. He gave me this one. He gave me a pair of these. These are the GRMS. So I said, okay. He threw them in. And they're working fine, you know. So he gave me these. So I didn't know for GRMS you need a license. So I went to the website. I applied for it. And I had to pay $75. Oh, no, $70, I think it was. The license. So I got the call sign for that. I paid $70. This is like, you know, right in the middle of the pandemic. I said, you know what? I'm gonna get the license. So I got the call sign for that. I should post it. But I don't use that radio. I don't use them. Yeah, I know it's $35 now. That's what got me upset because it's, you know, a year later. Well, actually, it's almost 2 years now. No, last year I got that. Yeah, so last year, $70. That's what I paid. Now it's $35. So anyway. So yeah, so I bought it. So I got the call sign. I'm trying to remember the call sign. Oh, is Whiskey Romeo Kilo India 910. Yeah, I should at least get a partial refund. I'm gonna write to them and see if it's possible. I can get a partial. I doubt it because that was over a year ago. So that is my call sign. I'm gonna put it up for that. It's funny. Let me see. Not that. Anyway, I forget. I'm not gonna put it up. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Because that's my other thing. When I did the 100, I'm gonna say. You know what? I'm just gonna say. What the hell? When I did the 100 subscriber video, that's a long time ago. That was a long time ago now. I said I was gonna try to get my ham license, but then one thing led to another, one thing led to, and I never got it. And then last year, I thought about it again. I even bought a book, a paperback book. Started reading it. One third of the way, I just stopped reading it. Then I got an app on my phone. I started doing the app, which is better. The app was better. Then I started knocking down, boom, 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 boom. I was getting, good scores and everything. But something always came up. Something always came up, and I just didn't, I didn't want it. I think that's what happened. If you don't want it bad enough, you're not gonna go. So then finally, a couple of weeks ago, I called this guy. Actually, I sent him an email. His name is Paul. He gives a test right here near Yonkers, right on the other side of Yonkers. And he told me, he said, just go to QRZ, make an account, and they have the test there for free. You could practice all you want on it. So that's what I did. And I'm scheduled to take it on the 13th of August. I'm gonna take the test for the technician. So there you go. The cat is out on the bag now. Hey. So I might be a ham in August 13th. That's the test date. However, now I'm gonna go on vacation. So I'm thinking about moving it up and take the test before I go on vacation. But I'm gonna wait till the 13th. I don't want to push my luck in because when I took the QRZ test, part of it wasn't working. Like the schematic, when they show the schematic, they have a question with the schematic. The schematic picture didn't come up, so I had to guess on those. And of course, when you guess, you get it wrong. So at first, I was like, "Man, what the hell?" My scores were like 60s, not even 70. It was 60s. Are you kidding me? Thank you, thank you, thank you, Radio Geek. Yeah, thank you, thank you. I'm good. Well, so he told me he was very nice. He said, "Listen, just study the QRZ samples. I mean, not the sample. They have the whole test, and it's broken down to subjects. So right now, I have a couple of weak subjects that I just keep getting them wrong for whatever reason. It doesn't help when you have a few beers too. Maybe do it without having a few beers. So yeah, so when let me just show you because I started thinking about the test because of this about this radio, the Yaesu FT818B. Is it B? What? No. ND. It's right there. The box is up there. Sorry. Yeah. So when I bought this radio, yeah, that's another thing. I noticed they changed it. The app has different questions than compared to QRZ. So I use both. So I bought this radio. I bought this radio because of Gary. I'm sad that he did delete his channel. Gary, two hands on a radio. When he was doing the QRP with this radio, and he was getting all those nice catches with his radio. I said, I like that. I like the QRP. That's my thing. I'm not gonna get a big ass radio. I'm gonna use it with this radio. I want to be right there in my backyard with the wire. That's the way I want to do it. I like the way he did it. So he was the one that inspired me to get my license. It was Gary. Two hands on the radio. And unfortunately, he deleted his channel, and I'm sad. I was sad when he did that because I think he let the haters get to him too much. So this is the radio. You had one because this radio I can use right away. Even as a technician, I can use this radio. Only for 10 meters, but I could use this radio. Right? And I think also this covers, this covers the 6 meter. So this is a great radio. This is VHF. And HF. No, should be HF. HF. Anyway, this radio, I love this radio. So that's the radio I'm going to be using when I get my, right away. And then, of course, I also have this. I have this too. So I'm going to be playing around with this. And then, because he told me that, of course, I'm going to try to take at least the general at the same time. But right now, I'm just studying for the technician. And then I went into the general a few times, and I didn't do too well. But he said, no, you're going to take, he said, you're going to be fine. He said, you're going to pass it. And then he said, we're going to give you the general. And if you pass that, hey, you're going to, so he got me there for take both right there. But I told him, I said, listen, I just want to get my technician. That's it. And then if I feel confident, yeah, I'll take it anyway. If it's there, I'll take it, But I'm not studying for that. I'm studying for this one because I want to pass it. That's it. I'm done with the excuses. So I bought that radio. It cost me, that's a $600 radio. I paid $600 for this radio. Brand new. It's all brand new. I decided to spend the money. And I said, I want to use that radio. Get your license. So it's a beautiful little radio. I love this radio. Eventually, I'm going to get the little stand for it. And of course, take it with me. Oh, sorry, it's glitching a little bit. I take it with me. So that's that. So the cat is out the bag now. I didn't want to say anything because I wanted to pass the test first and then announce it. But now the pressure's on me again. Man, Radio DXer. I'm reading a comment too. I've been told to. Yeah, I've been told to get the ham license, but it took a lot for me just to do this live stream. I'm not a person that likes to talk. I never, even when I had the CBs. Even when I had CBs back then, I tried it in the 80s. CB, I just couldn't. I'm more of a listener. I would listen to that more and giggle and look at these guys having clowning or fighting and but I was never I was not I don't want to say social because it's not social. It's just that I wasn't the type that could talk and or like man, I didn't have the time for that exactly. I was too busy messing around with the Commodore 64 or working on another computer, building computer. That wasn't my thing. Talking. So even if you are good on video, much better than me. LOL, you're funny. Thank you. I'm coming out of my shell. So yeah, exactly. I also tried CB radio before social media, and it was not my exactly. That was me. I had my friends had CB radio, a couple of my geeky friends I'm talking about. And they were talking about, I want to get the Antron 99 and the Fire Stick. And I was like, okay, I thought you just hooked that antenna to a regular antenna. I hooked up that to a regular antenna. I didn't know it specifically. They were talking about SWR. I'm like, what the hell is that? They got really into it. Then he bought himself a Cobra with a single sideband. Then he was gonna buy an amplifier. I'm like, okay, this guy is out. Wow. But yeah, no, I'm gonna try it. But I like what Two Hands on the Radio did. I like the QRP. So very low power. You see what you can get. Yes, I do. You say you like to listen all the time? Yeah, I do. I listen to they don't play those over here. The radio stations don't. I don't know if they have a radio station locally there, but I listen to CHML. It's on 900 medium wave. It's from Canada, and they play that at night. They have the old time radio show, and I listen to that. And I love that. Because I didn't know about that until I started when I was DXing again, and I heard 900 CHML, and that's what they play. I don't know the schedule from the top of my head, but late at night they play those old time radio shows, and they're entertaining. I love to watch them. I have a couple of videos that has clips of that. And of course, I didn't buy one, but I should have bought one. I used to go to the computer shows a lot, which we don't have around here anymore. Local computer show, and there was a guy that used to sell CDs of that all the old time radio shows, and it never occurred to me to buy one because back then I was not into the back into the radio. I would have loved to have owned that CD. So non locks, not too many medium wave channels here. That's a shame in Australia. Yeah, and yeah, that's a shame that I was talking to my brother about that the other day. That one day there might not be medium wave here in the States. That's a long way. That's not gonna happen anytime soon. But and they're gonna look back at these videos. There's gonna be an archive. One day this is all gonna be in the history archive. When we're long gone, they're gonna say, "What was shortwave? Who are these?" And they're gonna have the main people that were making videos on the hobby and all that. And I'm sure we're all gonna be in there in the history, 100 years from now, whatever that is. All the AC finally. Yeah, if you're humming, that was AC. I have it because it's a little warm in here. So we're all gonna be in the history when they archive. Like I don't know if you remember the movie Demolition Man, where Sylvester Stallone gets cryogenically frozen because he committed some crime. I forgot what. And then they throw him out in the future. It was like a couple of 100 years in the future. And they saw the video clip saying, that's gonna be us in a couple of 100 years. There'll be a different futuristic YouTube somewhere. And they're gonna say, what is this technology they talked about? Shortwave and long wave and all that. And they're gonna say, oh yeah, I found this video, this archive of official SWO. He has a channel on that. And Danny Shortwave and Matt Radio the Xer, this is what this technology is all about. So this is all gonna be archived. So we'll be part of that history because by then, of course, who knows? In 100 years, there won't be no shortwave. I don't think there will be in 100 years. Small remnants of it, maybe. I don't know. I mean, the Morse code is still around. It's CW, right? And that been around for a long time. But it's gonna be like the horse and buggy. Some of that stuff is just gonna be like nostalgic stuff. So yeah, I'm 55 also. I'm 55. I'm gonna be 56 in September. So right now I'm over an hour and 2 minutes. And I have 5 viewers and 5 thumbs up. Thank you. I'll stay. I'm gonna stay on for a little longer because this is cool. No more car manufactured in Australia. Well, I don't know about that one here, but in New York we don't have no more car. That's another thing about New York. The state is it's an alter universe now, parallel universe. But I don't want to get into that because that's just too. So yeah, so all this is an archive. All this is going to be an archive one day. They're going to look back on shortwave, and they're going to see all these videos. They're going to see all these videos, all these. And if these videos are still around somewhere, they're not in a landfill, like they almost did over in the university. Um, some of them are going to wind up in museums. So, because my son is 7 years old now, and I have 2 older daughters, but my son, um, I grew up with radio. I grew up on black and white TV, rotary phone. My son, since he was since he was a baby, right after he would just play with the phone. And now that's it. He has his laptop. He plays all these games. He watches a lot of YouTube. He has a tablet. He has a phone, a tablet, and a laptop. He watches all. And then they didn't grow up on radio and all that. They never grew up on that. Like I grew up on. See, our generation grew up before the internet was exploded, or the internet what it became now. So I started buying some old shortwave from Facebook Marketplace, looking for bargains. Yeah, I never went there. I got to try that. But right now I'm at the point where I started, like I say, I'm kind of downsizing my collection now because we're looking to buy a home in Florida for several reasons. So eventually, some of this is going to go to the Florida, but some of it might stay here, and some of it I might just sell it. I have marbles and Matchbox cars, and that's another thing. Our hobby, well, maybe not our hobby, but people like us, we have multiple hobbies. I love radios, but I also love computers. These are older computers. These are iMacs. These are old iMacs. Um, there's other stuff I like Jill's mentioned in the live feed a while back. I was one of the metal detector. I used to look at this magazine called Edmund Scientific when I was a kid because my other brother had a telescope, and he got me into astronomy. So when he got me into astronomy, he had a skinny little what do we call that? A reflector telescope. It was the one with the angled mirror. And now when you go and you see the moon, you can't really see deep space with it or anything like that. And plus it was in the Bronx with city lights, so it's not dark there. We would look at the moon. And then I started looking at books on there, and then I got that magazine at Miss Ifton, and they had these big telescopes, Celestron, big tabletop, but those things were like $600. And I'm here as a kid drooling on it, like, oh my God, if I had that telescope, I say, Mom, if I had that telescope, I would be an astronomer. And that telescope, to this day, I never owned a telescope like that. Until recently, I bought a bigger one. It's a National Geographic one. It's bigger. And now I can share that with my son and introduce him to that too. And that one you can see, like I seen Saturn, Jupiter, Mars. Let me catch up on that. My oldest son is in Arlington. Hope to visit him. I'll buy a radio for of you. I'll buy a radio. And then other hobbies for me are motor racing and gaming. I know I'm man on radio, but yeah, that's something. We have a lot of hobbies. Like me, I have. I started with the Commodore 64. That was my first computer. I have. Let me show you. Well, I can't show you the Commodore, but right here. Let me just show you right here. I started. That's another thing. I started buying vintage computers. So that is a Texas Instrument TI 99. I have two of them. I have one in the other room, silver one, and then that is the Atari ST 1040. And that one I bought it on eBay for $25. But that one is not working properly. I bought it for, so I could try to maybe fix it. It does power up, but I mean, not the hard drive, the floppy drive in there was not working. It wasn't even spinning. It's like it's dead. So that's a project that I wanted to work on, see if I can restore that Atari ST. But I have two Commodores over there in the other room. I have one that has two floppy drives, two 1541 floppy drives next to it. And it's in the other, it's in one room on a table with a 27-inch. The other one, I have the Amiga 500 with the Gotek. I put a Gotek drive in there. So, and that one has also the, I don't know if you ever heard of it. It's called a Terrible Fire accelerator card. And it has a CF card. I have an 4 gigabyte CF card in there. So it acts like a hard drive. So that Amiga is souped up. It got the accelerator card inside. What you do is you take out the processor, the 68, this Motorola 68,000, and you put that on top. Yeah, you take out the processor. That replaces your processor, the terrible, it's called a Terrible Fire. I forgot which model. I think it's a TF530. And it has 8 megabytes of RAM too. So yeah, it's been fun. Glad to see you. I must get moving. Good day to you. Take care, the Radio Geek, and thank you. Thank you for stopping by. And I'll see you again. It's going to be a regular thing now. I only had 2 floppies, no hard drive. Yeah, of course, the same thing with me. Back in the days, I couldn't afford all that. And I had the two, and the reason why I got the Commodore, I didn't buy it. My mother didn't buy it. I couldn't afford it. And my brother, my oldest brother, my oldest brother used to, my oldest brother used to, he was a trash collector, sanitation worker. So he would bring home stuff that he found in the garbage bin from his job. So one day in his room, I saw a Commodore computer sitting on a shelf with a 1541 nearby. And I knew what it was. I was like, oh, it's a computer. And I always wanted to learn computers because I wanted to learn basic. I was already introduced to that from somebody else. So I said, can I use that computer? He said, yeah, you can. And that's how I learned. I just got into that. I went to buy the magazine, Commodore magazine, and I started reading up. I said, oh, this is this. I taught myself. Plus the book, it came with the book and everything. It was in a box. They were going to throw it away. He took it. Actually, not in a box. I'm sorry. It came with a manual. So I read that manual and I taught myself how to use the Commodore. And that's how I learned. That's how I got into computer technology, was the Commodore. I started learning about the memory, disk drive. And then, of course, we all play games on it. And that's how. So, yeah, it costs a fortune. Yeah, everything. So, I have 2 Commodores over there. One is hooked up with the old style. The other one has the SD card reader, a Wi-Fi modem. So that one, if I want to go online, it has a Wi-Fi modem, and also has the SD card reader with tape drive. I like Menace on Amiga. Well, I heard of it. I never played those. I never played. I was always into sports games. That was my and of course I always like the simulators, like racing car or flying simulators. That was my thing too. I always like flying. I always wanted to be a pilot. That was something I always wanted to do, was to be a pilot. So anytime I used to have a simulation of a flying, I used to love that stuff. So that's what I used to play a lot. Play simulators. I also have a Gotek for my Amiga as my old floppy. Yeah, that's another thing. The 2 floppy drives I have over there, they're working, but I don't want to put mileage on them. I'll use them once in a while because I have some games that I have trouble, especially games that you need more than one disc to put on the SD. It's called SD to. It's called SD to IEC to SD. That's the name of the device. The SD card. The problem with that I find is that if a game has more than one disc, you have to disc swap. It doesn't do well. You have to do something with it, and I don't want to say, you know what, just play it. No. There is a way to do it, but you have to create it's almost like a batch file to tell the card reader that it's going to be these 3 discs for this game, and I still want to hear the old disc swap. So that's good for one disc games. The SD to ICE, EIC to, I forgot what it's called. And of course, and that's another thing. Now you have emulators. You could get. I also have Amiga Forever and C64 Forever, Amiga Forever. You could just buy that, and you install that on your PC, and you can run emulators on that. And they have all the different types of Amiga models. So I recommend that. If you don't want to buy an Amiga, and of course, who wants to spend, I bought mine for $200 on Craigslist. I got lucky. And it's fully functional. He even threw in a monitor for $200 and some games. He was an old Amiga tech guy. And I got lucky. Because I know how much the Amiga 500s cost on eBay. Fully working, yeah, it's not gonna be $200. So I got lucky. So that's the Amiga. Because I never owned one. I can't relate to the Amiga too much because I never owned one. I grew up on the Commodore. And like I said, I didn't buy my Commodore. My brother, eventually he gave me the Commodore and the disk drive. And yeah, I got a great deal, of course. But the Amiga was the next generation that I wanted to own. But we couldn't afford it. There's no way my mom, could afford it. And I couldn't, you know, that was like Commodore's still more popular, but the Amiga was like the Mercedes. I was in a Honda. It was a Mercedes because I was a 16-bit. I never got to own an Amiga, so I can't relate to the Amiga too much. I have it now, and I don't use it as often as my Commodore. My Commodore is what I can relate to. Yeah, Commodore is a G. So the one I can relate to is the Commodore. That's the one that I learned everything there. The Commodore was the one that got me to IT. Because from the Commodore, I went straight to the PC. I didn't want to buy Amiga because I got into PCs. I had 286, 386, 486, Pentium. So for Commodore, I went to consoles. I went to Sega Genesis, 16-bit. But when I saw Sega Genesis, I said, I'm buying that console. And I said, I didn't want to look at the Amiga. I bought that console. And that console got me into that. Video games, 16-bit. So yeah. So we have all these hobbies. It's like intersect. Of course, I made that video about the tracking planes because I love flying. I love aviation. I love to listen to planes. Excuse me. So we have a lot of hobbies. A lot of us have intersecting hobbies. I started on a Pentium 200, I think. Yeah. And that's what? Pentium 200, that would be what year? 97? I think, something like that. So that was Windows 95, right? Windows 95? Or Windows 98 even. Windows 98. I think Windows 95, Windows 98. Late 90s, yeah, okay. 97, 98. Yeah, Windows 98 or Windows 95. Well, Windows 95 was horrible. Because when I got it from the Commodore, after that, I didn't. My friend had an old Tandy computer. Okay, Windows 95. He had an old Tandy computer that had DOS. And I was like, okay, this is nice. But his mom bought him the Tandy, and that thing was, I think she spent like $1,000 for the monitor and the whole thing. And I wasn't impressed with it. I was like, okay, I still like my Commodore. Because it had colors. The Tandy was like a monochrome type. So I was like, why would I want to play monochrome when I still have a Commodore? Because, I got to have color. I just can't have monochrome. It just doesn't work for me. To play games, I just couldn't. And then finally, I took a course so I could learn DOS and Windows and all that. Because by then, Windows 3 came out. And that's how I learned Windows 3. I went to that school. And then from there, that's how I took off in PCs. But my background was the Commodore. Yeah, I did DOS. DOS 5, DOS 6. Yeah, I did DOS. And then Windows 3, Windows 3. I never saw Windows 1. Windows 3.0, 3.1, then Windows 95. Yeah. Then Windows 95. And Windows 95, they try to include the because when I had Windows 3, I tried to connect on the internet on Windows 3. But you have to install TCP IP stack and all that. And I was way out of my and you had to get an internet provider back then, like Netcom or something like that. This is not AOL. This is before AOL took off. Yeah, exactly. And that's another thing. It was on floppies, like gazillion floppies. So it was, so the internet didn't work for me until it got popular with the rest of us. So I had started with Prodigy. That was my internet service provider. Prodigy floppy drive, put it in there, create a Prodigy account. And I finally got on the internet with Prodigy. Because it was Prodigy, CompuServe, and then AOL, America Online. So I finally got on the internet with Prodigy. And then I went to AOL because everybody was on AOL. Yeah, dial-up. So my first dial-up modem with Prodigy was a 9600. Was it 9600? No. It's not. 56K. No, 28.8. 28.8 kilobytes, whatever it is. 28.8. That was the one I got into. That's when I got into AOL, the chat, instant messaging. Well, instant messaging was the chat basically. Yeah, you would be on the main chat room, and all of a sudden you get a little instant message over here, and so want to talk to you, and I was like, okay, what's up? So yeah, it was 28.8. And then 56K didn't happen until the late 90s. Like 97. No. Yeah, 97. Then I got 56K. Yeah, it doubled. And then around late 98 was DSL. Then DSL started coming around, DSL. And DSL was a little fast. It was like 128K. No, 256K was DSL. So you had to put a filter on every phone line thing. And you had this big modem, and you had to use the dial-up software, that DSL. So then from DSL, DSL. It was Verizon. Over here, it was Verizon DSL. And then in about 2001, finally we had cable modem. In our neighborhood, we had cable modem, Optimum cable. And at that time, it was what was the speed? 1.5 megabit. Yeah, one megabit, 1.5 megabit. Imagine that 1. And that was around the time that I was looking for a T1 because I was doing web hosting. So I had to, because I would do web hosting. What I had to do is I had to rent the web server and a provider, and I rent the whole dedicated server, and I admin it, and that's why I made my websites, and I was making money with doing that. I was waiting for fiber to be terminated at my house. The fiber is installed. Okay. Yeah, that's the next step. Well, I'm gonna get to that because that's gonna happen here. So we had cable, 1.5 megabit. Then they started, doubling up. Then we got the 10 megabit. Then it was 50 megabit. And then when I moved to Yonkers, we had 100 megabits. That was the top of the line. Optimum at that time was the top tier was 100 megabits. And I was happy with it. Then we went to 300 megabits. That's where I'm at right now, 300 megabits. Upload speed is 35 megabits. Upload speed. So now we're going to go to gigabit. And now they have fiber too. So they just installed fiber optic line right on the pole. And that happened last month. Optimum came. I thought it was Verizon. And they said, no, we work for Optimum. And I was like, oh, I see you putting fiber. He said, yeah, this fiber optic. I said, oh, cool. So we're going to get fiber now. 1 gigabit down, 1 gigabit up. Because Verizon is pushing out 2 gigabits already. They already have 2 gigabits. And I think they're talking about 4 gigabits here in Westchester County, in Yonkers. Verizon is pushing out 4 gigabits. So right here we have 1 gigabit. The 1 gigabit cable, not the fiber, the 1 gigabit cable is right now is $80 a month, $79.99, $80. $80. So that's what we're gonna move up to. Because I'm paying $80 now for 300 megabit. But my contract expired a long time ago. I just need to redo my account. So I'm gonna upgrade to 1 gigabyte next month. I'm gonna up to 1 gigabyte of cable. And then when the fiber optic is ready, fully ready, it is. It's getting cheaper. It's a lot better now. Because 2 things happened. One, the pandemic. A lot of remote learning. Really, the government had to step in and with the bailouts, of course, and all that. So they want everybody to be able to connect to the internet. high-speed internet. So now it's priority because of remote learning. Because of course we already had that one. My son remote learning for a year and a half. So, but we were lucky because we already had computers. But there's some moms out there, families that they can't afford a laptop. They can't afford, yeah, government subsidies. They can't afford high-speed internet. So some kids had to use their phone to do the schoolwork, but looking at a screen like this too, you can't. How can you focus? I don't know. So my son, that wasn't the case. He had this camera right here upstairs. I bought him a table, school desk. Everything I said, son, that's gonna be your school. So and everything was hooked up. He had no issue because we both. But there was kids out there in the chat, in this class. I would feel bad for them because I was like, their mom would only give them the phone, and their connection wasn't so good. So this is a thing that they want to make it affordable. They even have like over here, excuse me, over here in the United States we have something called Lifeline for low income. They get a discount on. That was me when I was young. My mother used to get discount on the phone, home phone service. She would get discount because she was on public assistance and stuff like that, on disability. So her phone bill, it would get discounted because she was receiving that. As long as she was on the program, her phone bill was discounted. So now they're doing that for internet, for high speed internet. So we have programs here that do that. So even if you can't afford high speed internet, if you're receiving one of those, SNAP, disability, Social Security, uh, you could get discount on your high speed. So now they want, because they're pushing it to make it affordable for everybody. All our public school kids. Yeah, no, here too. My son, and all the kids got a Chromebook. And they obviously they asked us, they said, no, we don't need one. We have everything at home. So they just told us what to set up. So we know we didn't need it, but there was other kids that got the Chromebook. But still, some of them had issues with the Chromebook. Uh, and of course, single mother, some of them had single mothers, so they're not technical. They don't know how to fix this stuff. It's not, me, of course, I'm technical. My wife we both computer science graduates. Between me, my wife and I, we have 4 degrees. So we both computer science associate, bachelor, IT. So my son has 2 teachers, 2 geeks. So unfortunately, some kids don't have that. They have mom, working mom was not home sometime, so they have a babysitter that doesn't know. It was hard. It was hard on some kids. I see, and some kids didn't do well remote learning. My son did very well. But some kids didn't do well. And I felt for them. I feel for them. I was like, wow, it's hard. Even when I went on vacation and we went to Florida, we had high speed internet over there. We put our son on the laptop and he didn't miss a day of school. He done remote learning, he did not miss one day of school because we had the technology. But of course that's not the case with everybody. It's sad, it's sad. So this is why, yeah, government subsidies, but we're still behind, by the way. There's countries out there that got faster internet than us. South Korea, excuse me. Some countries, South Korea is has the highest speed internet in the world. We're talking about gigabit. We're so excited. They've been doing that for years. Some countries have gigabit up and down, and they've been doing that for years. And we're still here. We finally got a gigabit cable a couple of years ago. Why go to Florida? Too hot. Well, it's more of an economic thing, but it's also a future for my son because I was raised in New York. One time I was very proud of this state. But I'm not. I don't feel that way anymore about the state. I don't feel that way anymore about the state. In New York City, when I grew up, it was rough. It was at one time it was very, especially in the Bronx, uh, crime was very high. But then in the '80s, I'm not in the '80s. It took a few mayors, and finally Giuliani was the mayor that cleaned up the city. He ended a lot of stuff. There was people hanging out in the street drinking beer. Nope, no more squeegee men. He ended all that. So the city became one of the most safest big cities in the world. Was New York City. Now it's not that case. I live in Yonkers. I don't want to go in the city anymore. On the subway, no. Too many crazy people. I'm sorry. They just pushed somebody off the platform yesterday, but he survived. Yeah, because he got a lot of homeless people, mentally ill people. Of course, the laws now they catch and release people. When I got it, and I'm telling you, I grew up. I'm not a saint. When I got arrested back in the '80s, depending on the crime, I spent the whole night in jail to see the judge. I didn't come out in 2 hours. Now you got people committing assaults, and they're getting out in 3 hours with no bail. Okay, that's how bad it is now. They're not enforcing the laws and all that, which I don't want to get into all that. I really don't, because I really don't. Just don't. So New York has changed. New York has changed. It used to be, it was bad. Then it got better. Now it's getting back to that. Worse. So, and also cost. Over here, property is more expensive. Cost of living is a lot expensive. It's a lot more expensive now to live in New York than it was 20 years ago. And New York always been expensive, you know? So I know it's hot down there, but it's not hot all the time. It's only during the summer it gets really, really hot. That's the hottest part is the summer. But in the wintertime, it's comfortable. Florida in the wintertime is comfortable. It actually gets a little cold. I went down there we went down there in February. Was it February? February. It was 44 in the 40s in Orlando. I had to wear my jacket. It was 40 degrees. That's in the evening. In the day, we'll go up to 60. They had a cold snap down there. And it's get as low as 30 degrees in Florida, believe it or not. Even down to Miami, it gets down. So it's not like it's hot all year round. It's only in the summertime it gets unbearably hot. But for the rest of the year, it's nice, comfortable. You could do, come to Australia. No, well, I would like to, but I would like to visit, but well, I was born in Puerto Rico, so I'm tropical. But I love cold weather too. The problem, my wife is the one that wants to let me just say it, relocate. I want to relocate too because this is more for my son. Otherwise, I'm content here. It's just the cost of living and a safety issue, but in my house, I'm fine. In this area of Yonkers, this neighborhood is pretty safe. But if I go into the Bronx or I get on the subway, I have to look over my shoulder all the time because, and they know who to target. They know who to target. Because that's another thing. It's how you approach yourself. I'm a 250 plus pound guy now. I was a little lighter, but people look at me. I'm not the victim type. People see me, they say, okay, you're not gonna mess with this guy. This guy is gonna, I'm not tall. I'm 5'9", but 260 now. You're not gonna, you're in for a fight. So they're not gonna. They look at people that they know exactly tourists. If they see a tourist, and things you don't do. Like for example, I don't wave my phone in the train. I don't do things like that. I see people take their expensive $1,000 iPhone, which this is not. This is a $200 phone, $250 phone, but people expensive, and they're right there, and they get their things snatched away, you know, or they're flashing jewelry, which I don't even wear anymore. I don't wear jewelry. I was never flashing jewelry. If you look like the perfect victim, you're gonna get mugged. And common sense stuff, like my wife was like that when she first when we first met. Like if a homeless guy would come up to us, oh, can you spare $1? I would tell him, no, I'm sorry, no. You know what? There's plenty of help in the city. There's soup kitchens here, pantries here. Go get your food. Because I know they just want to get high with it. They do. They just want to get high with it. But my wife would actually have a purse. She'll open up the purse in front of him. I'm like, what are you doing? Like, you know what? You're going to set yourself up to get mugged. So, because she wasn't streetwise like I was, like I am. So, yeah, I know. I'm in Canberra. The capital is very safe, like in DC, but no. Yeah, and that's another thing about Australia. They have strict gun laws. But it's not, over here, it's not that issue. The issue is enforcement. Over here is enforcement. That's the issue. But I don't want to get to that because that's a lot of stuff that has to do with police and this and race. I don't want to get into all that because that's just, I don't want to get to that because it just makes my blood boil. But I think a lot of it's common sense. If I went to visit another city, another place, first of all, one thing, you have to respect the laws of another country. Don't go there thinking that the laws don't apply to you. Have common sense. Ask the locals, okay, where should I not go and what's safe for me? Don't wind up in a neighborhood that you shouldn't be there. Things like that, common sense stuff. And that'll go a long way. I think common sense is what a lot of people, unfortunately, are missing. It's common sense. Well, yeah, 9 likes, 3 watches right now. I'll take it because, like I said, and you have any questions, you can post it. That's fine. I'm just gonna wrap it up in another 20 minutes. I'm gonna hit it. It's actually 2 hours. Yep. Exactly. A lot of stupid people out there. Yep. Exactly. You're right. There's a lot of common sense is gone. And unfortunately, a lot of it is common. A lot of it is just. A lot of it is how they were raised. I mean, I deal with it here all the time. And people that walk their dog don't clean up after their dog in front of my house, and I tell them, listen, don't you? There's a sign right there that says, "Clean up after your dog." And when you point that out to them, they get mad, like you insulted them. I said, no, you should clean up after your dog. You're a dog owner. That's your dog. Is your part of your family. It's the law. Clean up after your dog. And things like that, it just drives me up the wall. Like some people they just act entitled. Like they really think that it's just the laws don't apply to them. Some people walk around with that sense of entitlement because their mommy and daddy didn't hug them enough or teach them how to pick up after yourself. Yeah, there is no respect. Like you walk down the street, I have my water bottle. I walk down the street. When I finish my water bottle, I'll still carry it with me until I see a trash receptacle and I put it in there. I just don't toss it on the floor somewhere. That happens. That happens a lot, and it drives me up the wall. I'm like, you live in the same neighborhood we live in. Why can't you keep it clean? Why you have to take your empty bottle and just fling it on the floor? Or your empty wrapper and fling it on the floor? You can't hold on to it until you see a trash can or something and throw it in there. Like everybody, like I would do that. I drink my water bottle, I finish it, I walk with it. It's not weighing anything, you know, right? And I'll walk with it, and then when I see a trash can, I'll put it in the trash can where it belongs, not on the street, you know. And that's what we're lacking. We're lacking respect, respect. My mom taught me that. Respect your elders when they talk to you. You know, we may not agree with them, but listen and just not, disrespect. You know, I'm Hispanic, so I know. We and that's nothing. No discipline. I used to get whacked by my parents if I made trouble. Now kids laugh at the exactly. You're right, Don. You're right, Don. Exactly. That's the problem. No discipline. That's another thing. See, my son, mm-mm, my son, that don't work. He knows. When I don't, I don't, I don't lay a hand on him. I don't have to. I'm not going to. But I give him that look, and I tell him, and then he's like, okay, I better keep it down, or I better, I I can look intimidating to him, and he's like, okay, okay. And I tell him, what are you doing? And I go, okay, so go sit over there, think about what you did, and I'll get back to you in a few minutes. But think about what you did. Go over there, time out, or whatever. Give me the phone. Take away his phone. Take away his. Yeah. Oh, you're Greek, of course. Capital punishment. Yeah, but the problem is that's not that parents are too soft, on their kids. They're too soft. And you're not doing them a favor by doing that. You're actually setting them up for failure. I used to groan at the kids and they would stop. LOL. Yeah, that's what I would do. I give them that look and I'd be like, shake my head and I really give him that stare and he was like, okay. But he tries that with his mother. Sometimes he tries to flex his with her. And I tell her, I say, you're too soft on him sometimes. You need to. But yeah, that's what happened because if you're not hard on them now, and I don't say hard on, don't be, don't, you know what I'm saying. But you have to teach them discipline because you're doing them a disservice. You're doing them a disservice. You're setting them up for failure in life because a lot of people that fail is because they quit because the situation got too tough for them. They couldn't handle it. Instead of them trying to figure it out and adapt to it, they just said, "I'm quitting. I don't want to deal with this. I don't need to do this." Blah blah blah. Make excuses, and that's what happens. Because I was that way too when I was young. There was times I was like that because I grew up without a father. My mother, it was eight of us. My mother had eight brothers, seven brothers and one sister. My mother, okay, no dad. My dad, they divorced when I was a baby, and yeah, but my mom did the best she can. God rest her soul. She did the best she can, and she did a good job. She did a good job. But we all made choices. I mean, I turned out to be okay. I think I'm okay. But I have one brother that's missing because of drug addiction. He disappeared 20 years ago. 20 years, yeah, 22 years ago, he's missing, missing because of drug addiction. And I don't know why. I figured what happened, but my mother died not knowing what happened to him. But yeah, so now all of us took the right path. Yeah, it is sad. You know, I decided I wanted to do something with my life. Even though I dropped out of high school, I got my GED. I went into the military. I went into the Air Force, and that set me up for college and technology and all that. Not everybody did that. Some got into drug addiction. Some didn't want to, didn't have no goals in life. That's another thing. I don't understand how people can go through life without having goals. You know, I have brothers that don't have a high school diploma. They dropped out. I dropped out, but I still got my high school diploma. I got my equivalency. I took the test. I studied, and I took the test. I got my high school equivalency. You know, but And the military, that's the next step. When I went to the military, when I took the test, I scored high in the mechanical part. So they said, the job that we can offer you based on your exam, jet engine mechanic. Even though I never worked on a car engine, I never owned a car. You got mechanical mind. So that's what I became, a jet engine mechanic. I went to school for that. I passed the training, and I became a jet engine mechanic for the United States Air Force. I was a mechanic for 6 years. And eventually I was going to do that out here. But I didn't want to take that training. I didn't want to go through that. From there, I got into technology. I wanted to learn computers. But that gave me the confidence, too. That's another thing. You got to have, because I said jet engine mechanic, I don't know anything about, I thought it was going to be like, what is it? Aerodynamics, all this stuff. It's not about that. It's just, So when I started, the material, I was like, okay, I can do this. Shop safety, turbine engine, blah, 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 blah. You know? And I did okay. I did well. I didn't ace all my tests, but I passed. That's the main thing, is I passed. And I became a jet engine. And my mom was like, she's proud of me. She said, wow, you're a jet engine mechanic, good son. So I was going places, I was like, okay. But that doesn't happen. That won't happen if you give up, if you quit. Oh, I dropped out of high school, so I'm just not gonna, I got brothers that older than me, and I tell them, why don't you go get your GED? You're not doing nothing else. You're sitting home. You don't have personal goals, like I always had a goal that I wanted to get a college degree. As soon as I got my GED, I said the next step is college, even if it's a 2-year degree. But some people don't have goals, and they go through life like that. And if you don't have a goal, then you don't have a plan. And if you don't have a plan, then you're not going far. You're not going to go far. It's simple as that. I'm retired early from health, but I'm still an electrician by trade. Done it for 15 years. Yeah, exactly. And eventually, I took a course in electrician. And later on, I said, you know what? I want to learn how to, because I was learning electronics, but I also wanted to do electrical work around the house. So I went to Bronx Community College. I took basic shop safety. Then I had to take math again, shop. They call it shop math. And then I took electrical 1. So I started, I installed my own ceiling fans. I wired my house. I know all the household electric. I never took electricity 2, which is the commercial, I guess commercial and industrial. I never took that, but I took 1. And I saved so much money by taking that class, because I would have hired an electrician. Oh, I need to put a ceiling fan in this room, but I don't know how. Come on. Yeah. Electrical and electronics in hand. And I'm now, because of this hobby, I'm learning a lot more electronics. Now I can look at my computer motherboard and I can swap out capacitors. I wouldn't be able to do that 20 years ago. Okay. Now I can do that. I can say, okay, I see these capacitors are swollen, they're leaking. Like now I can, or I do, what I mean? Now I can do that. Or old radio, I can swap out, the capacitors and stuff like that. Like I learned that now because of this hobby. And also, and like everything ties in together. Yeah, it's expensive. I can imagine how much somebody would charge me just to put a ceiling fan in the living room. Imagine how much they would charge me. I went to Walmart. I bought that ceiling fan for $59. $59. I put it up myself because I took the class and I'm confident. So, you practice those things that you learn. You go, shut the breaker. You remove the old one. Boom, put the new one. You mount it, Trying to see it. My wife looked at me like, I said, yeah, that's right, baby. I got this. I got this. You don't have to hire some. I got this. So, yeah. They charge 250 just to come and look at it. They charge you already. So, like one time we have a washing machine, right? And it was the ones with the digital codes and all that. So my wife, wanted to stop working. So we YouTube is a great place to learn everything. So we go in there looking at the error code. Okay. So it was one little part, but first, we wasn't sure. So what she did, she hired a guy for the washing machine to look at the washing machine. He charged us $75 just to look at it. He came and looked at it. He told me, "Okay, you need this." He tried to, man, I'm gonna say, he tried to bullshit. Bullshit. He said, "Oh, you need this part that we have to order. It's a special part that we ordered. Blah blah blah." It's a little part that looks like when you blow on it, it has a little turbine thing in there. If you blow on it, it makes it sound like a kazoo. It's a little plastic part that has a spinning fan inside. It's like a kazoo. So we said, once he showed us the part, I said, okay. We went on Amazon, bought the part for like nothing. It was like $10. Okay, we had to pay him 75 to look at it. Unfortunately, we lost that money. Yeah, we lost that money. And then he was pretending that he was fiddling around with some other stuff. He brought his multimeter and everything. It was a plastic little part that had a turbine inside. I guess it was has something to do with the water. I guess it broke. The other one broke inside, and the water couldn't get through, and it would just stop working. So I know I do this with my hands a lot because I like to talk with my hands a lot. I'm Puerto Rican, so the part costed like $10. My wife and I, we saw it on YouTube. Exactly. But this turbine is for water. Water goes through and it sends it out. It goes inlet and outlet. That's all it does. It's a water sends it through. And we saw one YouTube video on it. The guy showed us that, and we put it in not even 10 minutes. It's a hose clamp here and a hose clamp here. You pull that out. You take the old one out. You put the new one and clamp it. That's it. The error light went away. Thing was working like new. And it cost us probably $10 on Amazon to get the part. And this guy wanted to charge us. He charged us $75 just to look at it. Then he wanted to hit up with another $200 and something for the labor, not including the part. I think he was going to jack up the price of the part. So we were looking at about $300 or $400. And we bought the part for $10 and we did it ourselves. And that's the point. You have to be willing to learn things. I know a lot of people like that. There's a lot of people that don't want to learn. They're just lazy. And that's what it is. It's laziness. A lot of it is laziness. I hate to say it. I'm telling you, YouTube alone saved me, I'm going to say tens of thousands of dollars. Literally, in not hiring somebody. Not hiring somebody for anything. Literally, YouTube is a lifesaver. But when I grew up and I wanted to learn something, you had to go buy the book, Time and Life book. Yeah, Time and Life book, how to mortar brick, things like that. Now you have videos because guy shows you right there. This is how you mortar brick in this way. This is how you cement two bricks together. This is how you seal a roof crack, a water leak on the roof. Yeah, it is. It's the greatest thing. And we didn't have that back in the 80s. We had to buy books. And they weren't cheap. And good luck trying to find them. I have to go. Hope to see you in another live stream. Then take care. Take care, man. Radio DXL. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna do more live stream. Yeah, I'm comfortable. I'm comfortable doing this. I just needed the right setup, and now I have it. I ask a lot of trade men at work at the time. Yeah. Yeah. So definitely, YouTube is a lifesaver. That's what I tell people. And people be like, I see people spend literally, me and my brothers. My brother had bought a scooter, and he had trouble with the clutch on his scooter. And he was gonna pay some guy $300 so he could fix the clutch. And I told him, why don't you just go on YouTube and look it up? So I looked it up. I said, I'm gonna look it up. Give me the model of the bike. I looked it up. I put the model, clutch, a clutch not working properly. So the guy video, it was a 5-minute video. That's it. He broke it down. If the motorcycle starts and it shuts off, this is happening. You remember I had to replace this part. So I told my brother, I said, Eric, I could fix it for you. It's gonna cost you maybe $100 for the parts. So he said, okay. But not only but I made a deal with him. I told him, I'm gonna fix it for you, but you're gonna do the work. I'm gonna show you how to do it. I took his video. I went through the steps, but I wanted him to do it because the problem is that he's lazy. He's lazy. He didn't want to do the work too. I told him, look, I'm trying to save you money. So you want to learn this because that's your scooter. You're riding it every day. You should learn how to fix your own scooter. So I walked them through. So I told him, first of all, you take off this plate and you take out loosen all these bolts. I even gave him the tools. I have tools. I say, here, here's an impact wrench. Take out all these bolts. Take this out. Okay. Now remove the old one this way. Yeah, I made him fix it. And he bought me beer. I told him, and when we finish, you're going to buy me some beer. So that's why he bought me some beer. Actually, he gave me money to buy the beer. I said, whatever. But I wanted him to do it. I wanted him to get on a stool and sit there because I'm telling you, he's lazy. That's why he was going to pay somebody else to do it because that's what he is. Yeah, and people see that and say, oh, the guy doesn't want to learn. A lot of it is laziness. People don't want to learn because they just don't want to take the time. They think it's more important for pay somebody else to do it. And no, sometimes it's good to know how to do it. Especially if you're going to be a homeowner. And there's a lot of people like that. They don't want to learn. They just don't want to learn. I posted a video about a scanner a couple of years back. And I got a comment. Some guy wrote, why you need to use the scanner to listen to police when you can just get the app? I'm like, that's not the point. I cook too. I can cook. I asked my wife, I can cook. I am a keeper. I'm a winner. I can cook. My mother taught me how to cook. So I can cook. I cook. Because that's one thing I did for myself when I was young. My mother used to clean my brother's room all the time. I had my own room. I didn't want my mom in my room all the time anyway. Because, teenagers, we like privacy. So I used to tell my mom, don't clean my room. I can clean my own room. So that's how it became cleanliness. Plus, I try to pride myself on organizing stuff. And even as a young man, I used to organize. I used to put up my posters properly. I try to make my room look nice. So when my friends come over, they'll be like, wow, you got a nice room, bro. Danny, you got a nice room. I'm like, yeah, I know, because I work hard to make this room presentable. Now, my brother's room, it looks like a junkyard. No, I miss my mom's cooking, but all moms are like that. All moms, sorry. Yeah, my mom, but I learned how to cook because I knew one day I was going to be a parent or a husband, or I was going to live by myself anyway. I was going to, I don't know if I'm a 100% good boy back then, but I think I was. But we all done things in the past that we were not proud of. Like I hanged out with the wrong crowd and things like that. But thank God, nothing big ever happened. Thank God I never went to prison. Nothing like that. But I was on that path that if I kept hanging out with certain people, I would have got caught up in that nonsense. So I had the sense of saying, okay, you know what? This is not good. This is not good. So let me stay away from these people, especially at particular times of the day, which is at night. Yeah, my mom did show my wife how to cook before she passed away. She did show my wife how to cook some Spanish food, like rice and beans and So my wife is a vegetarian and she cooks for me, and I'm not a vegetarian. So that goes to show you, my wife, she still cooks. She cooks for me. She'll cook all the meat for me and everything. And I tell her, a lot of women was, a lot of people will say, if I'm a vegetarian, I'm not gonna cook meat for you. And she does that. She does. And I tell people, I say, no, my wife is she's a keeper, yo. Yeah, no, well, I did too, but thank God it wasn't something like major that I would have felony convictions and all that. No, nothing like that. You know, I just, yeah, she has a great one. Thank you. Yeah, I because it was like you hang out with some people, or they try to look, they think that you're a victim or something. So I would be like, I was one of those kids that, excuse me, I was one of those kids. I was with the geeky kids because I was a geek. I'm a geek, but I always had that geeky listen. But then I love playing sports, so that's how I used to relate to them. Of course, some of them they were up to no good. Some of them were selling drugs. They were doing other criminal stuff. But one thing we all had in common is that when I was with them, it was playing sports. Because not everybody, you're not gonna. But let's not be naive about it. Not everybody you're gonna grow up with in life is gonna be on a straight and narrow. Then you're lying. You're lying to yourself. And sometimes you have a friend that's like that. I grew up with my childhood friend was like that. Well, we met when we were like 7 years old, and we used to play. I used to play at his house all the time. When we got older, we went different ways. I wanted education. He was a slacker. He didn't want to do anything with his life. He didn't want to do anything. He didn't want to go to school. He didn't want to everything I try to tell him. I said, listen, he dropped out like me. He didn't want to get his GED. He didn't want to go to college. He didn't want to go near military. He didn't want to do anything constructive with his life. Well, I never did hard drugs. I smoked weed. I did smoke weed. That was, but not all the time. But I did smoke weed, and I never did like, I never did coke. I never did any hard drugs, but I did smoke weed, and I think a couple of times I did took they call it's called mescaline. It's acid. It's a little but and it makes you hallucinate. And I did that 2 times, and that was crazy. That was a crazy trip. Never wanted to do that shit again. I was too paranoid. I was too time stood still. It was crazy. And that yeah, well, yeah, now you have all these meds. But so when I did that, they call it mescaline. Some people call it acid. There's some people that angel dust, and I didn't do angel dust, but friends around they were doing angel dust, and unfortunately, some of them graduated to cocaine, and then crack, so they went down that road, and can't help you there. So I had the sense I said, okay, this weed is not good for me. Even drinking heavily, I had to stop all that. Right now, I just drink like beer. I'll drink a beer here and there, but I cannot drink the heavy, hard stuff anymore. No, no way. I don't want to, because I always want to be in control. I don't want to get to the point where you're not in control, and that's what happened with those. When I tried those, I was no longer in control, which was scary. Even if you drink hard stuff, you black out and you don't remember things, and that's what happened when I was young. I tried to drink the hard stuff, you know, and I would black out, and exactly learn from my mistakes. And it was scary when people said, Danny, you don't remember you doing this and that? I said, no. And that was scary. And that's when I said, no, I can't be doing this no more. I can't. And I had to. I had to cut people off. I had to not go to certain places and I hang out with them, and that was it. And I got immersed in my computer stuff with Commodore 64 and all that. And that saved me. That saved me. Because now I look back and I run into some of them. Some people never changed. I got people. Well, of course, we got those that died because of that drug overdose and all that. Wow. Yeah, I fell down the stairs a couple of times too when I was back in then. I didn't get hurt. Thank God I didn't get no injury. A couple of bruises. Yeah, so I ran into people that, I just got out of this jail again. I'm like, I'm looking at them like, you're close to 50 now, and you're still going in and out of jail. Like, you don't get tired of going to jail. Like, you don't get tired of being locked up. Like, how many times you need to be in jail to realize that this is not working? Excuse me, it's not working. Like, you need to like just stop doing what you're doing. Like, what you're doing is wrong. Yeah. You know what you're doing is wrong, so stop doing it. So unfortunately, there's people like that I run into sometimes that they don't change. They don't want to change. They don't have the ability to change. I only play with radios and YouTube now. Yeah, well, I play with my radios. I do a lot of stuff in this house. I'm still renovating this house. This house is going to be 100 years old. This is an old house. I'm always doing projects in this house. I was thinking about doing a do-it-yourself channel. But the radio channel alone, and I have 2 other channels now, they take up too much already. I have a retro gaming channel for the last few years. It's got about 200 and what you saw. I did a live stream there today, earlier, playing game. So the link is going to be it's in my site, and you'll see that retro gaming. Then I did another channel because I'm into crypto. I've been investing for years. Since the 90s, I've been investing in the stock market. That's another, like I told you, if you want to learn, learning is going to make you money. So I taught myself everything about the stock market since back in the 90s. I was always interesting to me about the stock market. So I would read when I was a kid, I would read the newspaper and I would see the stock quotes and I would see all the ticker symbols and all that. As a kid, and I'm looking at it, I'm like, oh, okay, I see this company is General Electric, this is IBM, this is and I would see the tickers on it. And then as I got older, I wanted to always invest in that because I would see. Do you remember the Addams Family? Is it the Addams Family? Yeah. Remember there was a big dome, glass dome, and it had the ticker tape. And Gomez would look at his stock quotes. He would look at the stock quote. Oh, look, my company's up it's up 3% or whatever. And it was a big dome with a ticker thing with a typing away, and it had a little ticker tape. And that's how he would check his stocks, his investments. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was the Addams Family. It wasn't the Munsters, because Grandpa didn't invest stock. It was Gomez. Gomez was a stock investor, so he would look at his investments. Sometime he would look at it's a little paper tape that he would look at, and he would hit the thing, and he would see the price. He would say, "Oh, look, this investment went up. I made money today," or something like that. He would say something, and I was always fascinated by the little ticker tape. And that got me to the stock market. I started looking at a book. I bought a book. The first book I bought, I went to Barnes and Noble. It was called Investing for Dummies. No, Personal Finance for Dummies. Yeah, I'm gonna look for it now. Now I'm not gonna look for it. And no, was it actually before that, I used to listen to audio, but it was Personal Finance for Dummies. And that book teaches you everything about what's a stock, what's a bond, what's a mutual fund, what are the indices like the Dow Jones Industrial Average, what's the NASDAQ. It's for dummies book. Those are the best books to buy for dummies books. Yellow book, blah blah for dummies. Stock. So that one was. I still have it right there on the shelf. It's up there on the shelf. Personal finance for dummies. Back in mid 90s, like 93, 94. There you go, Ethereum. Now you know what I'm talking about. So then I got to the point. I was this close to taking the Series 7 test to become a stockbroker, but I didn't want to do that. I let my cat out. Okay. Yeah, so that book started me to stock. And I got involved in stock investing. Then I started investing in companies without a stockbroker. So I had to buy a book on that, how to invest, because I didn't want to. I didn't back then to open up a brokerage account. You gotta have a lot of money. You had to start with $5,000. I didn't have that type of money. So that book told you, along with a commercial that I saw on TV back then, you could buy stocks without a stockbroker. So you had to fill out a form. You contact the company. Some companies have what they call dividend reinvestment plan, and you buy the stock directly from the company. Well, I have that Danny Finance. That's my channel. Right now I'm talking about crypto, but I started getting to stock talk. So that channel is going to cover that. And I'm going to do live stream there soon. Yeah, I do. Well, it's stocks and crypto. Right now I have crypto videos there. Like how to transfer Ethereum, how to get, because I live in New York, I can't get Binance. So I teach people how to get Binance Smart Chain token if you live in New York. So I show them how to do that. You have to go to KuCoin. It's a whole bunch of stuff. It's in that channel, Danny Finance. The link is you'll see it at the bottom. My feature channels. It has about 418 subscribers right now. I think 419. I'm trying to that channel. I want to get it up to because that channel is faster populated. That one actually grew exponentially faster than this channel. So that channel, I can see that channel one day and having more subscribers than this channel. But right now, because the market is all down and doom and gloom, I haven't been making content on that channel. But stock is something that I'm getting into there. Because I talked about the Google stock split. It's in that channel. Because I bought Google the other day. Because Google, I couldn't afford to buy the stock. It's $2,500, whatever it was. It was $2,200 a share. So I wanted to buy at least 10 shares of Google. But I don't have, that type of money for Google. Not for Google. So I said, and I would tell my wife all the time, and when that stock split, we're going to buy it right there as soon as it split. So it split 20-1. So now I have 15 shares of Google. Yeah. So I have 15 shares of Google. When it split, we put we put our money in Google. Boom. We put some money in Google. And now that's part of my portfolio. I have Google. I have 15 shares of Google now. And we bought it at $113 and change. So we got about how much that comes out to? We got about $1,500 worth of Google. But Google, remember, Google can go up fast. So out of $1,500 worth of Google, that can turn into $20,000 in a few years. That alone. So, and then I bought 2 months ago, we bought Amazon back in June. Excuse me, early last month. Amazon did a split. And Amazon was a $3,000 stock. So Amazon, I only had a fractional share of Amazon on Stock Power because that's the only place you can buy fractional shares, like Robinhood. Yeah. Yeah, Google's always going to do well. And Amazon. So they announced the 20-1 stock split, and we bought 11 shares of Amazon. So we now own 11 shares of Amazon, 15 shares of Google. And Amazon can blow up again in price. It can go up to. So that Amazon alone can be worth 10 grand or more. If it ever hits $3,000, that can be $30,000 in a few years. So that's what I talk about in that video, how to take advantage of stock splits and IPOs. Like Facebook. I bought Facebook when it came out. when IPO, when first day of Facebook on publicly trading, I bought it at $38. 100 shares of Facebook, $38. Okay. Uh, didn't wait. I said, no, 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 honey, we got to get on Facebook. Facebook comes out. It's gonna be that stock is gonna go through. So yeah, it was $38 and change. So we spent about almost it was $3,800 for 100 shares of Facebook. And Facebook now that 100 shares now is over 20,000. It's about over $20,000 right now. Actually, the price went down a little bit recently, and it's been as high as over 30,000 because the stock was over $300 a share. So right now it went down below $200 because of all this recession stuff. And we're gonna hold this 100 shares. It's still I already made so much. I already made so much profit on Facebook. I could sell it and but we wanted to go up again one more time. Maybe it could. They can hit $300 or $400. That then we'll probably cash it out because like if that stock would ever hit $1,000 a share, that's $100,000 right there alone on the 100 shares that we have. So that's why I tell people if you're gonna buy stocks, you really gotta do research. But also buying companies that you use them all the time. I still use Facebook, even though I'm not crazy about it anymore. It's still popular. People think it's still popular. We bought Twitter. I bought Twitter when it came out. I sold it recently because I knew it was gonna. So I made a profit. I doubled my money on Twitter. Yeah. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna start doing a live, but I'm just gonna do live streams too because I think that's better if I just do live stream because people can ask questions I can just answer. Because it's hard to pick a topic on something, and sometimes I run out of topics to talk about, and unless people tell me what to talk about, I don't have, I don't, I'm busy on my as it is. So I think I might do a live stream on Danny Finance, and we talk about stuff like that. So all you guys go to that channel, Danny Finance. I'm talking about crypto, and if you don't know anything about crypto, ask me. I can tell. I can show you, because a lot of people get misconceived. Some people think that crypto is made out of thin air, and they say, "Oh, I only buy crypto." It's the technology. Yeah, well, that too. I'm trying to get it to that point where I can monetize on Danny Finance because I think that channel will do a lot better because that's another thing. I get in that channel, even though it's a new channel, I get requests all the time for people to promote stuff. But I don't want to do that. I don't want to sell myself like that. I don't want to do because some of them look like scams. Like, oh, I want you to talk about this project. Can you make a commercial about this and we'll pay you? And I'm like, I don't get that on this channel, but on the crypto channel, I get offers all the time. I get offers all the time for in a commercial to make a commercial for a particular product. Some of them are like, what they call that, virtual worlds, like games. And yeah, they are scams. There's a lot of scam in crypto. And that's why when I tell people in crypto, if you're gonna get into crypto, first of all, one thing, don't put all your money in it. I'm not putting all my money in it. The majority of my investment is on stocks, mutual fund, for I, my, not me, but my wife at work. She has a 401k plan. A lot of it is stocks. We also have real estate. We own this house. We're gonna buy another house one day. We have real estate. Um, we have other assets. Crypto is a small part of it. Don't put all your money on crypto. And then when you get in crypto, you got to diversify crypto. Like I have money on Bitcoin. I don't own a whole Bitcoin, but I have money on Bitcoin. And I have money on Ethereum. And I have money on the bigger cryptos. And a small portion I have on the speculative, like the Shiba Inu, Saitama. I have a little bit of money on that. Baby Doge. I have this, but those are very speculative. and those have like millions of coins or billions. I have billions of tokens of this work. I don't say they're worth it, but all they have to do is skyrocket, and you make that money. You get rid of it. You you swap it for a stable coin, and that's what I teach there. That's what they stable coin. What's a stable coin? It's a coin that's pegged to the dollar or whatever currency. All that I can do there. So there's a lot of stuff to learn in crypto, but it's people find it intimidating. I didn't get into crypto until last year. I wanted to do it for the last few years, but I didn't know anything about it. At the time, I was still recovering from, you know, I panic sold a few years ago, a stock market. I sold some of the stuff. And I said this time around, I'm not. So when the pandemic happened, the best thing about I don't want to say the best thing, I shouldn't say that. But when the market crashed in March of 2020, my wife and I looked at us, we said, no, we're gonna buy all this stuff that's cheap now. And we dumped money into everything was cheap. Because while everybody's running away, selling their stock, I'm buying it for cheap. Give me. And then the market went back up. I never got into mining. I wish I could do mining. I just can't. I can't because I don't. First of all, the electricity is ridiculous. And yeah, early days mining, that's about to change now. So for you to mine now, it's not. Forget it. So yeah, mining. If you back in the, like same thing with Bitcoin, the people that mined Bitcoin back in the early days, um, they made a lot of money. Or people that bought Bitcoin when it was $1, when it was $10. Now Bitcoin is like what 20,000 something. I forgot what it is now. I gotta check. You know, the all-time high of Bitcoin was Amigo 500 mining. Yeah, good luck on that. Good luck on that. Even the servers I have here, I would not. It's not worth it. It's too much. Because I watch videos on all that. This guy called Voss Coin. That's what he does. A lot of mining, all types of. But the one I watch his channel, he was to spend tens of thousands, and not hundreds of thousands of dollars in equipment to mine. But I'm sure he's not making all that back. You got to be losing money because you remember you got electricity. Oh my God, how much? Where are you gonna put all that? They're noisy. A Bitcoin mining is noisy. I seen this channel, My Playhouse. I watch his channel. I like his channel. It reminds me of my house. I live in an old house and I have all this technology. I'm trying to do like he inspired me to do this stuff, the data center. Yeah, so and that's another thing. The GPU now the prices went through the roof because of chip shortage and all that. You know, it's not. To me, I'd rather just buy low. Hopefully, it takes off and sell high. Buy low, sell high. The same thing you do with a stock. So, but Bitcoin is something that I'm keeping long term because I believe it's going to be, you know, it's still a good investment. And Ethereum, I still think it's a good investment. And there's a few other ones, I buy. And I have a portfolio for that. I have a portfolio for all that. Hey, Tom, how's it going? And thank you. I'm glad to be back too. So yeah, so definitely, I'm gonna do content on that channel too. I want to do live stream on that channel. So that's the link. It's gonna be on the it'll be on the description after the live stream. Danny Finance, and then the retro gaming channel, and eventually I may do a tech channel. I'm thinking about a tech channel only because I want to talk about this computer stuff. I may mix the vintage computer stuff with the new stuff and whatever. But yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot to. But hopefully, my voice too, because that's the issue was my voice with the COVID. Tom, I hope you feel better. I know that you had COVID recently, and it messed you up for a while, and that's what happened to me. I was gonna do that live stream months ago, but COVID kept, messing with my voice. Now at least my voice sounds to the point where I can talk and it's okay. But yeah, it really wrecked my voice. But thank God it wasn't nothing else. Thank God I didn't have to go to the hospital or anything like that. You know. And yeah, good. I'm glad. Mm. And I took my shots. I didn't get boosted because I'm not getting boosted. I just took my 2 shots and that's it. And I like I said earlier, I believe I had COVID before it was official. And so right now I can say I had it 3 times. I can sit here and say I had COVID 3 times. I had the original one. I had the whatever was the variant after the first variant that was considered. So yeah. So I had it at least 3 times now. My wife had it twice. My son had it once. And yeah. Yeah, I don't I'm sorry. I'm gonna say in this I think after 2 times, if you're getting it, and yeah, okay, they say that it minimizes, but I think your body. I think, I'm gonna tell you what happened to me. And here goes. Okay, AC is kicking out. Yeah, it's getting kind of warm in here. After the second shot, it took a few months. I had an anaphylactic episode. I was eating. I was about to eat a bagel with cream cheese, and I licked the spoon with the cream cheese. And the minute I licked the spoon, I started coughing uncontrollably. I couldn't stop coughing. My wife is looking at me like she's thinking I'm choking on the food. I'm looking at her like, no. But it's triggering. I didn't know at the time. And I'm not allergic to anything. And boom, I stopped. My airway got blocked. I couldn't breathe. I was wheezing. I'm pointing at my wife. I can't talk. I'm going, I'm going. This is in February. Yeah. So I couldn't breathe for 2 minutes. For 2 whole minutes, I couldn't breathe. My airway was completely blocked. I was about to go into. I was losing consciousness. I went from the kitchen to the living room. I'm walking. I'm going. Can't breathe. And she's trying to hit me in the back. I said, but I can't talk. She's thinking I'm choking on the food. I'm going to anaphylactic shock. So finally, I fall on my knees because I'm losing consciousness. And I don't know what I did. I decided to scream like, ah! So my airway could open up. And it opened up. Boom! My airway opened up and I started breathing again. And then I coughed out, whatever. I had blood came out, like a little clot came out. My wife already called 911. No, I didn't swell up. My airway swelled up, but I didn't get no hives, no nothing. Because after the paramedics looked at me, they said, yeah, your airway got swollen. But outside, I was normal. I just couldn't breathe. So, yeah. So for 2 minutes, I couldn't breathe at all. And I don't know. I didn't want to give up. I was like, I'm looking at my wife and I'm in the living room. I'm like, is this the last thing that's gonna happen to me? Am I gonna die right here in the living room? My son is sleeping in the next room. Is this the last time I'm gonna be on this? And I said, no. I said, no. I'm gonna scream. I'm gonna die screaming. So I went, ah! And it broke through the airway. I guess the vibration. I don't know what it was. I swear to God. I don't know if it was a vibration or something. Enabled the airway to open up. And I started breathing, and then all the air rushed in there. And I was like, oh, it's like, And then my brother came down. I was on the floor. And the paramedics came. By then I was breathing. I was like, Andy, I'm okay now. I'm breathing. I could talk. And I explained to her what happened. And so I didn't even need to go. I didn't even went to the hospital. But my blood pressure went up because that's another thing. When you can't breathe, all of a sudden your blood pressure goes through the roof because you're anxious. Yeah. Yeah. If you don't, well, now I have the epinephrine. I had the shot now. Now I got the I take with me all over the time now. Let me go get it. I'll be right back. EpiPen, yeah. Right here. I have this one. This is an easy one, though. And this one you pull out. You just take off the safety cap and you put it on the side of your leg, on your thigh. And you put the thing in, and you get the shot of the. This is what they prescribed me. This lasts for a year, 1 year. I take this with me everywhere, just in case. So this is what I have now. I have this guy. So yeah, I just screamed off the top of my lungs, ah! And I don't know whether it was a vibration or my will to live. The airway just opened up, and I started breathing again. And otherwise, I would have died. I would have went into unconsciousness. Who knows? And because once you don't have, you can't breathe, you have no oxygen in your brain. Who knows what could have happened to me? But I remember it was the longest 2 minutes, and that's the scariest time. It was so scary. And I'm just thinking about my son. I'm thinking, am I gonna die right here in front of my wife, and my son is in the next room sleeping? And then, that's what they prescribed. So then, a couple of months later, I forgot what I ate. I ate something, and I felt the burning on my throat. But I wasn't coughing yet. Then I started coughing a little bit, and uncontrollably. But this time, I didn't get to that point. My wife gave me Benadryl. The baby, the kids with the liquid one. Yeah, I'm telling you so. That way you know. Because if I could save one person here, it's worth it. The second time, I just took the Benadryl and I drank it. Boom, a little bit. The second the Benadryl hit my tongue, my attack was over. That's it. It was over. I was normal. So when you get that scratchy throat thing and you feel like you're gonna keep scratching, and you start coughing uncontrollably, yeah, that's the onset. That's the beginning of an anaphylactic episode. So before you get to that point where the airway gets swollen and you start coughing uncontrollably, get some Benadryl and just take a swig, boom, and it stopped it. Cold. I didn't even have to go to this. I was already getting this. I was like, ooh, ooh, ooh. And my wife looking at me like she's pointing at the pen. I said, yeah, I'm gonna get the pen. She said, take the Benadryl, and I went, boom, I took the Benadryl. I didn't need this. I didn't need it. The Benadryl. And don't get the pill. You got to get the liquid. The liquid Benadryl. Usually they have it for kids, but they have an adult dosage, because the cup has a kid dosage, which is 5 mil. I forgot what. And then they have a 10 mil adult dosage. I put in the adult dosage. I swigged it, and it stopped the attack. It stopped it completely. So that was my second time I almost got anaphylaxis. Yeah, it's the children's Benadryl. Is that when I had was bubblegum flavor, which it tastes good, bubblegum flavor. Saved my life. So if you can't get this, get the Benadryl. I'm not a doctor. This is not medical advice, people, but that's what happened to me. It worked for me. It saved my life. Because we take the pill when we have allergies, but if you want fast acting allergy relief, Benadryl, the liquid, that's it. That stopped the attack. I never had to use this yet so far. And then a few days ago, I had a little scratchy thing again because I drank ice cold water, and it irritated me. And before my body decided to, I took a little swig of Benadryl, and it went away. Stopped everything. I was getting to that coughing. The Benadryl stopped it right there. Literally, seriously. I wouldn't make this stuff up. I'm not making this stuff up. It saved my life. So I will always keep a bottle of Benadryl in your medicine cabinet somewhere, and that's why I don't know if this anaphylaxis thing is going on because I had COVID 3 times. It could be a long-term symptom because of COVID, or it could be the shot. So I'm not taking no more boosters. I'm sorry. I'm done with that. because I started looking up on it, and some people, but you can't believe everything you read or see. But the thing about anaphylaxis, basically, it's an overreaction of something foreign going in your body. That's from what I understand. I'm not a doctor, but I think I'm smart enough to know what that means. So the problem with the COVID thing, the COVID shot, is that if you keep taking boosters, it's like your body's on high alert to fight this virus. But what happens is something other than COVID goes in your body. Your body goes into this panic mode, and that's when you get the anaphylaxis. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like you have to let your body build its own immunity. By boosting yourself over and over, you're not doing that. Because I took the first 2 shots because I was going to go back to work over here. And some, jobs are requiring me to at least get the basic 2 shots, you know, not the booster, just the initial 2 shots. So I said, and I was reluctant at first. I was going to do it anyway, but I was, okay, I'll take it. And I didn't have no reaction on it. But later on down the road, that's when I started getting those attacks. And I'm not allergic to anything. Trust me. I eat seafood, shellfish, peanuts. Yeah. Yeah, you should get it, Benadryl. Peanuts, all types of nuts. I got bee stings. Never had that happen to me until this year after the second shot. And so I don't know if it's a long-term side effect of the COVID that I had, or the vaccine is making my body go into overdrive when it comes to the immune system. So I'm not taking no more. I'm done with the booster. And that's another reason why we were looking to Florida, because my wife is in the healthcare industry, and this Governor Mussolini, I'm going to call her Mussolini. Governor Mussolini, the little woman Mussolini, wants to mandate everybody double boosted, and she was on a trip for a while. Oh, everybody has to be boosted. Oh, or you're going to lose your job. So you're going to fire all these healthcare workers that saved lives because you're on a power trip. I'm going to say it like it is. Sorry, I'm going into that. Makes no sense. So that's what happened. So that's when we were looking into Florida, because they say, okay, you know what? When you start ordering people to take, when you start mandatory ordering people, especially our son, I don't want to give my son the shot right now. I'm sorry. I'm not going to do that. We're going to go to Florida. When September comes around and they start saying, well, all these kids now, they're not wearing masks, but they need to take shots. And they need to take no, it's not going to happen. You know what? You draw the line there. Now it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous now. 2 shots is fine. Now they're talking about, now they want to create a new shot. So now we're talking about a 5th shot. You know what? Now it gets ridiculous. Now you lost me. You lost me. And the first 2 shots, I was okay. You know what? I understand. But when you start talking about 3rd shot, 4th shot, you know what? Now it's not working. Now you might as well tell people it's not working. That's my point. It's not working. You still got it, and I know it's not supposed to prevent you. But if my symptoms were the same before and after I got the shot, then it's not working. And now I have this anaphylaxis stuff that I have to deal with for the rest of my life. Okay? So now it's not working, and I got this now. This thing going on now. And I have to go to allergist when I come back. I'm going to take a vacation next week. I'm going to be in Florida for a few days. So when I come back, sometime in September, I'm going to take the, that's another thing. And I'm going to get that to a minute. So when I come back in August, after I take the exam, then sometime in September, I should go see an allergist. I was scheduled for Napa. We're going to go on a vacation. So far I've been okay. Thanks to Benadryl. And I have this, but I haven't used this yet. but Benadryl saved my bacon. Yeah, so now we're talking about monkeypox. I live in New York. Now we have the highest monkeypox cases in all 50 states. I think right now there's over 1,000 cases right now in New York State. So what the governor does, she just started a state of emergency. Yeah, Governor Mussolini. That's what I'm calling her. Mussolini. Now she just started a state of emergency. Here we go again. You know? Yeah, she did a state of emergency. This happened yesterday. She's tripping. Yeah, she's tripping. When wholly unaware. Hey, nice to see you. When the people in charge are not honest about something as critical as our health is deeply, yeah, it is concerning. You know, they don't want to say the truth. They don't want they you know, it's not working. Okay. And trust me, right deep in the pandemic, when people were dying, I told my wife, I said, you know what, I'm willing to take the shot voluntarily, you know, as an experiment. That way, you know, if something happened, I don't get. I wanted to save lives, humanity. You know. But then back then they were talking about, oh, I wouldn't take the shot because of, you know, somebody else was in charge. So then they went from that to everybody has to take the shot, but you're not gonna have a job. You're a police officer, you're not gonna have a job. You're a doctor, you're a medical, you're not gonna have a job. It went from one extreme to the other. Come on, are you kidding me? So yeah, so that's what happened. Yeah, you don't get, yeah, exactly. During the pandemic, I was here. I didn't miss going out because I don't go out much anymore anyway. So it was, you know, I embrace solitude. I'm not a person that needs to be out there eating, dining with other people. Yeah, exactly. That's my wife says it all the time. The hospital jobs are always short of staff. Always. You know? And my wife, you know, she would come home and, you know, exhausted. And I will, you know, I do the laundry. I take a uniform. I wear all, you know. That's how I got COVID the first time. I mean, the second time, excuse me. I would handle her laundry and I didn't wear a mask. I would just take her scrubs and put them in the washer. And then when she got positive, I was already getting the, yeah. Plus, you know, I guess as we get older, life is more simpler for us. There's less stuff that we, you know, like I have a nice backyard here. I have trees. I have everything I need here. You see my videos. I have a backyard. I'm down here. You know, I have everything here. Why I can cook. My wife can cook. So I don't need to travel. I mean, you know, there was a point when you're younger. I understand when you're younger, and I tell young people, I'm 55 years old, but when I see a person is 21, 22 years old, when they that's what's gonna happen with my son. You don't need. You want me to go to college? I said, no. You go travel, do those things first. Do those things first. You know, before you're gonna be stuck in an office working. You know, whatever. Some people have to do it. I get it, but we're in the position where he doesn't have to do that. I want him to enjoy life first. And what I mean by that, I don't mean partying. I mean, like me, I can't travel all over the world right now. I can't. That window went out the window when I was 21. When I was in the Air Force. I traveled. Even after the Air Force, I could have traveled. I could have done. Now that I'm 55 years old, I have this house that I have to take care of. I can't be traveling to all over the world, jet setting. I can't do those things no more. So I tell young people, don't think after high school automatically go to college. No, unless you plan to be a lawyer where you need a lot of years, or a doctor. But for a computer program or something like that, you know, here's a 4-year degree. I say, you know what? Go do something else. Go do something else for. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, wholly unaware. When you know you have a degree like that, or even I will even tell my son, I'm not gonna pressure him to go to college. I think college is overrated now for some things. I think if you want to get into the computer field now, when I did it, I had to go to college to get a computer science degree. A lot of prerequisites where you need a computer science degree. It's 2 years. You don't need a degree no more to get into IT. All you need to know is you know about this, you know about that. You get certified in A plus certification, Network Plus, Internet Plus. They have a certificate for that. They got Cisco certificate. So you don't need a degree now. You know. So my son, I'm not gonna force college on him. I think college is overrated now. I think only for like if you're gonna be a doctor, a lawyer, where you need college and you need that training to get you prepared for that. That's it. But for every other thing, no, I'm not gonna push him to go to college. If he wants to go, he'll go, and be in debt because that's what happened to me. I went into debt. I still owe money for that. You know, no, I'm not gonna do that. And of course, now college is even free. So if he wants to go, I say go to college, but go to community college where you can get it for free. You know, you like maybe get electrical engineering, something like that. Communications. That's what I thought about doing. Communications degree. I was thinking about getting into that business, radio and television. So, you know, yeah, lots of trees too. Hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna do a video on that soon because I'm gonna throw up a wire on one of them. So I think I'm gonna try something first. Yeah, and some of my training was in the military. You know, because I was gonna go to college for that for the jet mechanic, and some of it was gonna be transferred military credits to college credits. So yeah, so the military is good for that. You know, but I don't want to totally say that go into the military because some people had it rough when they went to. I know some young people that went to the military and they hated it, and they even got disciplinary actions and all that. So I tell people, my brother happened to my brother. My brother wasn't prepared for it. He didn't make it through boot camp. When I went into the Air Force, I took a year before I went in the Air Force to prepare myself. That means I was jogging. I was going to pass the physical exam no matter what. The Air Force, the Air Force physical training is a joke. But I was not going to take that chance because I knew it was going to be in Texas in the heat. And I had to run those a 2 mile, 1 mile, whatever it was at the time. I ran it, but I prepared for it. My brother, on the other hand, he decided he was going to be a Marine. He never played sports in his life. He was not an active person. When he went to the Marine Corps boot camp, he didn't last. He came home. Discharged. He would send letters to my mom. Oh, mom, I'm having a hard time over here, Justin. Yeah, because you need to prepare for stuff. No, he did it. He did not prepare for. And the Marine Corps is 10 times more physical than the Air Force. Mentally, he didn't prepare for it because that was going to be his. First of all, that's the first time. AWOL, there you go. Some people go AWOL. Like my first time, that was my first time away from home from my mom. So you're going to deal with that. That's the first time away from home. Also, the physical stress, the physical thing. But a lot of it is mental. A lot of it is that. You're stressed out because, now you're getting this shock, this culture shock. Because they're trying to make you into a soldier. And so my brother couldn't handle that. He couldn't handle it. My mom would cry reading the letters, and I would look at her like, and I was, he's my older brother. So I learned from that. I said, I'm not gonna be like that. I'm gonna prepare myself. So I dedicated a year, almost a year of my life. I would jog every morning. I would get up and jog a mile or two, 3 miles, 4 miles. I got better and better. First time I jogged, not even a mile. Second time, a mile. Eventually, I was running 10 miles. 10 miles. I would walk 5 miles, run 5 miles. I would walk 10 miles. I was always with my little Walkman, listening to my Top Gun music. That was my theme. That was my theme. Top Gun inspired me. You know, by the time I went to boot camp, I was ready. I was doing push-ups like nothing. I was running. The physical part I had to beat was the mental part, and I adjusted, even though it was hard at first. But I adjusted, and I graduated, and that's what happened. With everything in life, if you don't prepare yourself for those things, you're gonna fail. You're gonna fail. You're gonna fail. You're gonna say, because you didn't prepare. You didn't prepare for that. So that's the same thing with my son. My son decides he wants to go to the military. I'm gonna prepare him. Yeah, I did security and stuff. Army training. It was hot and very tough then. Over 40 degrees Celsius, loaded up, running. Yeah, 40 degrees Celsius. That's hot. That's like 100, right? 100 Fahrenheit. Yeah, 40 degrees Celsius, like 100. Yeah, that's hot. That's hot. 40 degrees Celsius. That's hot. Yeah, but you got to prepare yourself. You know, you got to prepare yourself. And that's the problem we have now. We have too many people that think they're entitled and they want everything given to them. They don't want to work. They don't want to work hard. They don't want to train. They don't want to, and that's going to lead to bad stuff in your life. I'm not going to do that to my son. When my son tells me, Daddy, I want to go even if he wants to go to college, I want to prepare him for college. Dad, I want to go to the military. Well, I'm going to be your drill instructor. Yeah. I'm going to be your drill instructor. I'm going to be your PT. Even though I'm not in shape, well, we're going to get in shape together then. Maybe that'll motivate me to lose a few pounds, which I have to do anyway. I should do. Yeah, about 43 degrees straight for weeks on end during our big drought. Yeah, that's hot. 43 degrees. Wow, Celsius, that's hot. Exactly. My son do whatever he want to do. But if I can help him, prepare him, I will. I will. You know, I will. And that's the problem that, my brother didn't have. My brother didn't have that. And the one that's missing, my brother, the one that's missing, he went to the army. And he graduated. Okay. And he graduated. So that goes to show you, don't sleep on someone that think, that they're dumb, whatever. No. Don't think like that. We all grew up and I had one friend that people used to pick on him all the time. One is a programmer, the other one is in training to be a fireman. Oh, that's cool. We're growing up together, right? There's this one kid that everybody used to pick on him. I used to feel sorry for him. And as we got older, I used to tell him, why you let people do this to you? Why you need to fight back. And then, because I don't like bullying. I don't like bullies. One thing I have a pet peeve is I don't like bullies. I enjoy punching the shit out of a bully. Sorry, I'm going to say it. So we growing up and they used to pick on him and all that. And then I remember one advice I gave him. I told him, he thanked me later on. I told him, no matter what people you think no matter how can I rephrase it that I said it the way. Anyway, I told him, don't worry about what people think about you. You need to worry about yourself. What like for example, and at that time I was going to school at night. I was going to college at night. And my friends would be hanging in the basketball, playing basketball, drinking beer, and getting high. And I had to go to school. And I told them, listen, I'm going to school because I don't want to be like them. I don't want to be like them, hanging out in the street, drinking beer, getting high. I said, I got a bigger goal in mind in the future. My ass had to go to school. I got my ass to school. Okay, well, and I went to summer school. Okay, well, everybody out there, shorts. I said, I'm going to go to an air-conditioned classroom and I'm going to learn my material and I'm going to get my degree. And I told him that. So while you hanging out with them and they picking on you, I'm here trying to make a better life for myself. So he took that word. He enrolled into college. He graduated out of high school. He went to college. He graduated from college. And now he's the top salesperson at the auto dealership here in Westchester County. He's on TV. He's on TV selling he's on TV selling Acuras. He's the top. He's like a spokesperson for that auto dealership. His commercial. Yeah. My name is I don't want to say his name. I am the salesperson here at Acura, Westchester Acura, and he's all this big suit. He's a top salesperson, top sales guy at his dealership, making a lot of money because he listened to me. He listened to me. He said, he was down. He was very depressed. He was like, "Oh, I don't want people picking at you crying." And I told him, "You need to cut them off. Stay away from them. They're not. If they're not, why are you hanging out with people that don't even respect you? Why are you gonna be around someone that doesn't even respect you?" Answer that question. I told him, and yeah, that's what happened. So I told him, and he is, and he thanked me. A couple of years ago, I ran into him on Facebook, and then fortunately, there was a funeral in the Bronx for somebody else, someone that we knew that passed away. And he told me, he said, "Danny, I want to thank you for you told me those words." He told me I went out to go to school, get my degree. And while he was going to school, and I kept telling him, "No, you're doing good, bro." He needed somebody to tell him over and over, "You're doing good, bro. Don't hang out with these people. Keep going to college. Finish what you started. Finish what you started. Okay? If nothing else, at least finish what you started. Because it's nothing worse than you start something and you don't finish it. Because that's going to eat you up inside. All those, you're going to say, "Damn, I started this and I didn't finish it." And that's what he did. He finished it. I mean, he told me it took him like 6 years to get a 4-year degree. It took him like 6 years. But he did it. He did it. And then now he's the top salesperson, Acura Westchester, right here in Westchester County. And he's on TV. Yeah. He's on TV, and I'm proud of him. I told him, no, don't thank me. You did it by yourself. I said, I just reminded you. I probably triggered something in you, but you did it. I didn't do it. You did it. You still had to go do it. And yeah, and now he's happily married. He has a nice house. He has a beautiful son. He's a success. Success. Yeah. And I done that for a few people. I did a couple of people that they were, because self-esteem is your worst enemy. It is your worst enemy. And that's one thing. When I meet my maker, I left my mark already. I may not have $1 million in the bank yet, but I touched lives. I impacted lives. And that's what you should do. I think we all should do that. I think people that put people down, avoid those people. And you know what? They're gonna, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, they're still gonna be in the same place. They're still gonna be in the same place. Just like that hater that used to hate on our videos and his channel and my channel and other channels. He doesn't have a channel now. So you know what? That's what happens. Because he was a bully. He was basically a bully. I remember when I first made videos on YouTube, the guy used to make videos on other people, mocking other people. And I'm looking at it, I'm like, this is not cool. Why would you take time to make a video trying to mock somebody else? I mean, is your life really that insignificant to make a video like that? And that's what he was doing. He was doing videos on his channel, Jill's channel. And he mocked a couple of, I think he did one about DX Commander, that guy. He made a video on that, trying to mock him. He was a hater. And where he's at now, where is this guy at now? He's nowhere to be found. He's nowhere to be found. I challenge him to be on this channel. Come here and look at my channel. And that's what happened. People like that, they get what, they get what's coming. because they're too busy bashing people instead of pushing people along. He could easily say, "Oh, I want to collaborate with this guy." He's a shortwave guy. I'm the ham radio guy. Because he had a show. He tried to do a show, a live show, with a ham guy and a shortwave guy. It was called Ham Sandwich. Yeah, exactly. He's jealous. So he came out with a show called Ham Sandwich, where he was talking to a ham guy somewhere. I'm gonna say it was a boring ass show. Because I tried to watch it. It was boring. Right down to the theme music, it was boring. Okay? And yeah. So, instead of him reaching out to maybe like Jills and say, you know what? You got a good shortwave audience. I'm a ham radio guy. Let's collaborate. Let's help each other. Like he tried to torpedo everybody that was moving up on him. Because I remember his channel was, have he would not done anything else to his channel and just posted videos of it, his channel would have been up there. Like I think he would have had 100,000 subscribers. But he was his own worst enemy. Okay? He really was. He was his own worst enemy. His jealousy was his downfall. It was. It was his downfall. Yeah, this happened like this is like before my first year in this channel. This is like 2016. But he was around before that. He was already a few more years. When I got into this, when I started this channel, he already had like 3,000 or 4,000 subscribers. He had 3,000 subscribers when I started my channel. And then he hit 4,000 subscribers. And I reminded him. I said, look, you got 4,000. Congratulations on your 4,000 subscriber. This is in 2016. So he had 4,000 subscribers in 2016. So right now he would have been in the, oof. He would have had, I think he could have had 50,000 subscribers by now. But he was his own worst enemy. With his jealousy and trying to go into my channel, posted some crazy stuff, and I blocked him. And that ended that nonsense. And he would just thumb down videos on everybody, Yeah, exactly. That's what he was. That's what he is. Then toward the end, he tried to say, "Oh, well, people don't appreciate my videos, so I'm gonna make a Patreon video on just that alone." Like come on, like you know what? Like you act like you're the only source of information. I'm not an expert. I don't claim to be an expert, but there's something I do. Yeah, he did close his account. He renamed it at first, and then he finally closed it. Now it's completely closed. He took down all his videos, he renamed his account, and then he finally closed it. And I'm sure he has other troll accounts that he checks up on us once in a while because people like that, they never go away. Don't think don't sleep on him. Don't think that he's gonna go away. Okay, he didn't go away. He just hide himself now because he probably realized that you know what, he messed up. You know, you know, me when I was getting a little frustrated with the monetizing thing in this channel, and I had other things going on in my life, I took a break. Everybody should take a break. That's what I did. I took a break. Plus of the COVID thing, I took a break. I couldn't make videos for a while. I took a break. But I'm not gonna stop my channel. No. I took a break. I took a long break and now I'm back and now I'm regenerated. I'm rejuvenated. And that's what you gotta do. Take a break. If things real life things come up, I get it. I get all that. I get all that. And sometimes you feel like, okay, maybe my channel's not growing. And I don't care about that. What can I do to improve? What can I do to improve? So I said, let me rearrange this thing around because originally I was going to do everything on the second floor. I was going to move all the stuff to the second floor and do, but then something happened up there. We might get another tenant. And so I had to put everything here. So this is my setup. This is what I'm going to set up for the radio portion of it. The retro part, gaming, I'm going to do in the other one with the Commodores eventually. And then the finance, I'll find a spot. to do live because I always wanted to do live. I always wanted to do live for a long time. Yeah, you like it? All right, good. Yeah, tell me. I like it. 'Cause I put my home lab right here. So if I do a tech channel, I could be talking about computer stuff, installation stuff, setup stuff, and all that. Because I really want to do that too. Because that's the other thing about radio. There's so many topics you come on radio before it becomes, I don't want to say redundant, but you know, like I can't cover everything. I'm not a ham radio guy, so that part, I don't, I can't cover that. And I don't claim to cover that. That's why I don't watch a lot of those channels. I watch shortwave channels. I watch you guys shortwave radio stuff, and when it's talking into ham stuff, and you know, I I'm not into that. I'm a listener. Then I'll watch some of it. Yeah, but still, I'm gonna favor more the listening. You know, like I don't mind I like Andy Tobin. I like what he's been doing lately. He's as channel's a good chat. Andy Tobin. He's a good guy from Newfoundland. He has an old CB. He took it to a nice, beautiful CB. Is a Cobra CB radio. He does contacts with it, and nice conversation. And I actually sat down and listened to the conversation. They were talking about fishing and all that. And this is not ham radio. This is CB radio. And I got joy watching that. And I told him, I said, yo, keep up these videos. I like these videos. And people wrote on there, including Fred in the Shed. He's another CB guy. I like that guy. See, Fred in the Shed. I like his channel too. And he got into CB a few years ago. And he's not an expert. He doesn't claim to be an expert, but he learned. He really, and he does other stuff. But I like his channel, Fred in the Shed. He's from the UK. See, I watch channels like that. I don't have to watch real technical ham stuff. Yeah, if I want to learn, if I need to learn something, yeah, I'll go there. But who, Fred in the Shed? You saw him today? Yeah, so like when I bought my 102-inch CB whip, I was going to those channels, CB channels, because he has an Antron. And he posted it. He had a big pole at the side of his house. And I was trying to get ideas on how to mount the CB antenna. So, and entertaining, the stuff is entertaining. And they're not very technical. They're not very, you don't have to be. That's what I'm trying to tell people. Don't be intimidated by that. Some of these YouTubers, they come in, they try to tell you, oh, you're doing this, no. I'm learning. We're allowed to make mistakes. Chill out. Relax. Take a step back. Chill out. We're allowed to make mistakes, like I said, my first radio right here is shortwave radio when I got back in the hobby. I had to learn this radio. I had to learn it. I had to learn everything about that radio. And some of it was because of Tom's radio show. Some of it was, the band stuff was Jill's. Yeah. Keyboard warrior, exactly. Or we call it keyboard gangster. Keyboard gangster. They're like, well, I'm gonna let him know what's going on. Same thing with the MLA-30 modifications when I'm posting comparisons on Facebook. Oh, I had a couple of people. There was this one guy. I'm gonna say his name because I know somebody probably knows who he is. His name is Paul White. I'm gonna say his name because this guy was a true asshole. There you go. I just said it. So this guy, every time I post a video, oh, that's a terrible comparison video. You keep saying it's on par, but you don't, like, dude, why don't you post a video? You spend the time to set up 2 antennas, get the SDR that's going to hook them up together, take the time to do all that, and then set up a video, narrate the video, do all that, and then talk to me about what kind of, you know what I'm saying? Are you kidding me? Are you serious? So he would criticize the videos. Like all my videos about MLA-30 with the MFJ, everybody, all my comments were, oh, good job. There were a couple of people that said, you didn't such a good comparison. Well, then you do it. Okay? Will you with your 0 subscriber, no video? You do it then. Okay? I'm serious. I'm going to tell you like it is here. You do it then. I'm giving you my opinion because you know what? There's no video out there. So I figured, because I wanted to see that. I wanted to see, like, you know what? Like back then, there was no comparison between a Wellbrook and an MLA-30. Only one guy had a video on that. Only one guy. And I didn't like his comparison. That's why I made my comparison with the MFJ 1886. Because his comparison was like, he went too fast. He didn't compare the noise floor on the SDR. He didn't talk about it more like I did. Yet I get criticized still for that. To this day, I still get criticized for those videos. I get comments all the time like, "Oh, you didn't do a fair comparison." Are you kidding me? Because one is on this side of the roof, one is on the other side of the roof. You know? Oh, that's not a fair comparison because one is a few inches high. Are you kidding? It's so many variables to antennas. It's ridiculous. You cannot do a true, unless I have a lab with scientific equipment, maybe I can do a comparison the most accurate way possible. And I'm talking with my hands now because I'm freaking out. And this is what the level of type of people, but that's okay. This is my comparison. Okay, in my environment. Now that's another thing. It's not going to be the same in your environment. Like the copper modified MLA-30. First time I did a comparison on that, I didn't know anything of. I had to learn that antenna. I had to learn it. And it took 2 years to learn that antenna. Now I get long wave on that antenna. Okay? I get long wave. I did it last night. Hooked it up to my AirSpy, HF Plus Discovery, and I got WWBB again. 60 kilohertz. Boom. With the copper tube. MLA-30, not the plus, the MLA-30, when I showed you the other day. I got it last night. And I made a video on that, and I'm going to post it up later on. Okay? And I couldn't do that 2 years ago because I didn't know that antenna. I had to learn that antenna, what to position it at. I made the mistake of putting it here on the roof. That's what happened. That was my mistake. But you learn from your mistakes. People, we're not perfect. We make mistakes and we learn from them. Okay? And that's what happened to me. I learned from that. I learned from that video, and I said, let me put it low over here and see. And it started doing better. Then I got it away from the house, more to the back, where it's less noise. And boom, I was locked in on WWB right there. What SDR you recommend? I recommend, let me pick it up right here because it's not hooked up. For shortwave? What do you want it for shortwave? And for medium wave? Because if it's for shortwave and medium wave and long wave, I recommend this one. RSP DX. Because you get this port. The antenna C port. This is the HDR port that's optimized for 3 megahertz and below. So this port is more sensitive to 160 meter, medium wave, and long wave. This port right here. These other two, they're good for medium wave, if you're not going to DX a lot, short wave, and the rest, all the way up to 2 gigahertz. All the way to 2 gigahertz. So you can use this for your scanner, weather radio, everything here. Police band, I use this for everything. But for medium wave DXing, long wave, you have to use this one. And then on SDR Uno, there's a setting. And I showed that in that video. You got to put HDR and go down to that band. Because the software works with this one. Okay? That's why I recommend this one. This is the most wideband radio you're gonna get right now for this price. Period. I know people want to talk about the SDR Duo. No, the SDR Duo is this. It's this, and it's two separate tuners, but they're not this. Okay. So if you're a medium wave guy, DXing, you want long wave, and where I went VLF all the way down to I went down to 24 kilohertz all the way down. This is the radio you need to get. Okay, this one. Now I'm going to show you the other one. I'm going to screw it right here. Give me a minute. Is this one the AirSpy HF Plus Discovery? This one is okay. Wow, this one got loose to connector. Holy moly! Oh, this is not cool. Wow, the nut just went loose. Wow. Okay. Yeah, Andrew. Again, I'm going to go back to what do you want your SDR to do? Do you want it to be really wideband? Because this is not. Well, this one is not wideband. This one goes down to the long wave, medium wave, short wave, and I think only up to 300 megahertz. That's it. So VHF. Okay. It don't do UHF. 300 megahertz is the cutoff for this one. So, but this one is up to 2 gigahertz. So this is a wide band radio compared to this one. But sensitive to medium wave and long wave, I think they're both about similar because of this port. This one wins because of this port and because, yeah. So if you don't need to go too high, then this one. But here's the catch. Is the software. SDR Uno is always developing. SDR Play is always developing SDR Uno. This thing has plugins now. They're catching up to the SDR Sharp. Like this one, I could watch. I could do the ADSB monitor aircraft. I could listen to Airband. I could listen to the police. I could what is it? Satellite tracking. I could do all this with this one. You're stuck with this one. Once you buy this one, you're only stuck up to 300 megahertz. That's it. And the price difference is not a lot. So I would get this one. If you could, a few bucks more, I would get this one. Because you're gonna have 3 separate inputs. So in this radio, I got one for my scanner, right? For my VHF, UHF stuff. And then I don't even use a second one. Yeah, exactly. You're gonna pay once, get this one. Don't bother with this. Because SDR Uno software is nice. It has a lot more going on. And they're catching up with the filters. I mean, not the filters, the plugins. Like, the only thing about SDR Sharp, they do have a lot of plugins. They have a lot of plugins for SDR Sharp. But that's if you own the SDR, the RTL SDR dongle, the wideband one. But for this radio, no, because this radio is only up to 300 megahertz. So that's the thing. Because I bought my SDR to wideband. I want to use it on, if I one day, for example, like in the summertime, I don't listen to a lot of medium wave, DXing and all that. But I want to listen to scanners. I want to listen to aircraft. I can still use this one all year round. But this one, you're limited to you're limited to short wave, medium wave, and long wave. That's about it. And VHF. And there's not that much on VHF. I mean, there is some. You're going to listen to weather and stuff like that. But this one, I get to. And this one, I can do comparisons. This is the one I use for comparisons. This one, you only have one antenna connector. This one, you have 3. And I believe that the price difference now is like $60. So for $60 more, whatever it is now, you're going to get a much bigger radio, better radio. This is, the build quality is not the best. Okay, this is more rock solid. Now, this is much more, this is a wideband radio. This is better. I think this is better. I bought this one because I wanted to do comparisons and things like that. And I said, but I don't honestly I didn't need this one because I had this one already. I just bought it for the sake of buying it. But I didn't need I wanted to try it out. And again, also SDR Sharp is okay, but it needs to be revamped already. It looks kind of old. I'm not gonna say it. I know people are gonna say, what? Yeah. SDR Sharp is kind of, okay, they changed the colors on it, but it's still the same software. But this one, SDR Uno, they always revamping it. And now they're coming out with SDR Connect, which is going to take the SDR software to the next level. Well, yeah, it's more portable, of course. But this is portable. It's just a little bulkier, so it's still portable. You still need to power USB on both. So, and what I was saying, I forgot my train of thought just now. What I was saying? Yeah, SDR Connect. So now they go to the next step of SDR Uno. I think they're gonna rename it SDR Connect or something, and that's gonna have what they call like networking feature. So yeah, so they're gonna have a networking feature, I think, with SDR. So say you could control an SDR from across the country, whatever, over the network, and which is kind of cool. You could do stuff like that, and not that I want to do it, but you could do stuff like that. That's fine. So they're always developing stuff. The AirSpy, I think AirSpy is like the little brother of the SDR Play. I hate to say it. They always playing catch up, And then of course the U-Loop, which again I'm gonna say it. People were saying that I bought a fake counterfeit U-Loop. I said no. It's a U-Loop because the AirSpy they just put their name on it. Right? So people think, oh, if it's not AirSpy, it's a fake. No, U-Loop's been around for a long time. It's just that when I first started hearing about it, I was kind of skeptical about it because at that time, yes, it is. SDR Play software is free. It's free, but it only works with SDR Play SDR. It doesn't work with any other one. It's made for the SDR Uno is only made for the SDR Play line of SDRs. You can run SDR Sharp on this too. They have drivers for that. You can run HD SDR on this. You can run HDR console on this. You can do that. For this one, is only HDR Sharp. I believe HDR console you can run on this too. And HD SDR you can run on this too. Because this is, yeah. Yeah, you can run a few on this one too. But not SDR Uno. Not this one. This one you can. SDR Uno, yeah. This one you can. So yeah. Okay. So I'm going on to 3 hours and 23 minutes. Man, my I'm gonna make this a marathon. What time is it? 11:20. Okay. Well, anyway, I'll be on for a few more. I'll be on for a few more. Because I want to test this. I want to test this connection and all that. So far, I'm getting a good stream. It seems like. Of course, it's gonna take a while to when they're gonna encode it and so on. So I'm gonna look at it, see how it went. I see the chat. Looks nice. No. I have not. My son is sleeping right now. He's sleeping. He was up all night. And he's sleeping. So, and if he needs to come in here, he'll come in here. Now, I'll end the stream. So right now it's 3 hours and 23, 2 hours and 24. I'm gonna push it to 4 hours, and then I'll end it there. But yeah, the SDR I would definitely recommend this one. I originally bought the RSP one, and that one is pretty good. That one, I love that one. And that one, when I bought that, my first SDR was the. All right, I'll be right back. I'll show you. I'll be right back. All right. That's what I'm here for. That's what the live stream is all about. You know, if I can help somebody out, make a decision like this, and save them money and headache, and that's worth it right there. You know. So my first SDR was this one. I still have the wire connected to it. I don't want to take it out because I don't want to break the connection. This is the first one. This is the whole TV. You can't do much with this one. FM, VHF, UHF. That's it. No medium wave, no short wave with this one. Okay, medium wave. I mean, VHF and up for this one. But originally this was a TV, like a TV. Yeah, this is how I first started with this one. But then I wanted to listen to shortwave, so this wasn't gonna cut it. So then I bought this one for shortwave. But there's two ways to do this. There's one way that you have to do something with the SDR. I didn't go that route. I bought this one and I bought this at the same time. I bought the up converter. This is what I bought. Yeah, this is what I bought. And it's still pretty good. This is good. But what you're going to pay for this now, just spend the more money and get the SDR. It's going to save you. Because when I bought this, again, this is just as like the blue one, but it has a nice metal case. It's metal. It's metal case. Yeah, I went up the ladder. I'm like you. You're gonna get into it for the first time. I started like you. I didn't know nothing about SDR. I bought this one. See, let me see if I like it. Then I started learning how to use the software. But this one I couldn't do shortwave. So I heard a few FM radio, and I wanted to learn how to track airband. I wanted to do the airband. So this one you could do airband. And then this one I learned also how to track planes. Because I think this one, no, actually. Oh, yeah, I did. But then what happened was then they blocked that. Because this goes up to gigahertz or something. I forgot what it was. But then they started selling this with the air tracking. Because all of a sudden they want to charge you for it. It was free. It was part of the SDR Sharp. Then all of a sudden they wanted to charge you for that. And I said, you know what? I'm not doing that. So I stopped using this. Because then I wanted to listen to shortwave and medium wave. And then this one, yeah. See, yeah, because that's what mesmerized me. That's what mesmerized. I think everybody sees the waterfall and they want that for their radio. So this is it. But this one, I couldn't get shortwave. Because that time you still needed this. So I went ahead and bought this anyway. And this worked fine. For shortwave, medium wave, it worked fine. Of course, long wave, there's a whole bunch of stuff, but this works pretty good. Okay. And this one, it was a kit. I bought the board separately. You had to put in this metal box. So yeah, so this was a kit. So altogether, this cost me almost half the price of this guy. This alone cost me almost as much as this one. And this is just an up converter. Because what happens, it changes the offset on this to make it down to medium wave and a shortwave, medium wave, and long wave. And this worked. And then the SDR, I didn't bring it down. Let me see if I can reach over here. Let's see if I can reach. Okay. But this one is in a metal case now. It didn't come with this metal case. And from that, I went to this one, the RSP1. Not the 1A, the 1. Because this was at $99. When I bought it, was $99. No, that one I had to use out converter, but this one, this is a wideband. This is like wideband, long wave all the way up to I forgot what it was. I think it's 2 gigahertz, the same thing. I forgot what it was. This one. And this one did really well. I love this one. But then they came out with the RSP-1A, which had the bias T. This one doesn't have bias T, so you can't send power to the band. This one doesn't send power. 1A has bias T. It sends power. So that was the next step. Then they came out with the Duo, which is two tuners. I didn't want that one because I don't really I have my attention span is one tuner at a time. I can't see myself listening to tuners. I just can't. Yeah, it's okay. But then they came out with this one, the DX, because I love medium wave DXing, and this one is tailored to that. Because that's my thing. That's what sold me this one was, oh, I could DX medium wave even better. That's when I pulled the trigger on this one. This was $199. $199. $199, I believe it was. So you get 3 input. Yeah. Yeah, I can't do that too. That's the Duo. And it has something called diversity where you can combine 2 antennas to try to get 1 signal from 2. This gimmick. Forget it. I said, nah. But then when they came out with this one, I wanted the medium wave because I was about to buy ELAD. I was very close to buying an ELAD because of Oxford and My Radio DX, they have ELADs. I was about to buy ELAD because I wanted DX medium wave and get long wave. That was my how you say, my obsession. Hey, Dennis, what's up? Sparkyzilla 85. I see you talking about SDRs and L3 element S-Pi. Yeah, I'm explaining them the evolution that he did the same thing. We started out with this guy. Actually, I started out with this guy. Then went from that to that. He did the same thing. So yeah, so my obsession was I wanted to really get medium wave, and long wave was my obsession because I couldn't get long wave on any radio with all the noise inside it's gonna. So I said I needed SDR. I said let me try that, and finally I broke that barrier that I couldn't get. You know, I figured it out. You know what I was doing wrong, and finally I could listen to the long wave all the way down to, you know, and it was a lot of learning, a lot of trial and error, a lot of, So this SDR, with this port, got me down to those bands where I could consistently, summer, winter, doesn't matter. I could listen to those long wave signals and beacons and stuff like that. It was my preference. Now, if your preference is not that, then you don't need to get this. For shortwave, you're fine with this. But I wanted this guy. When I said this is sensitive under 3 megahertz, and I was like, oh, I'm sold. Bought this one. Yeah, I'm a medium wave DXing guy. When I travel, that's what I listen to. I don't listen to shortwave a lot when I travel. Cause I know it's coming on. I know what's already out there, shortwave. I want to hear, if I'm in Florida, can I pick up Central America from there? That's what because I'm in New York, I can pick up Cuba. Now, if I'm in Florida on vacation, can I pick up the Bahamas? Can I pick up Dominican Republic on AM? That's my hobby, the medium wave DXing. So with this radio, I have a chance, with a good, a nice night. I can be, that's Mexico. So in Florida, I actually heard Mexican station, but I couldn't make out, I couldn't make it in the video because it was too low But yeah, and of course, Cuba is booming in Florida. In Florida, Cuba is like, local. So half of the band is Cuban stations at night, and where I stay in Florida. And so I'm listening. I'm trying to get Bahamas. I'm trying to get I get Texas stations, because of medium wave. So if you want medium wave, then get a radio like this. Because I was gonna get the ELAD, but then once this one was announced and it was out, I waited and I bought this one. And now they're coming out with a Perseus. There's a new Perseus now. The old Perseus, the one that's been around for years, is over $1,000. And I didn't want to spend $1,000 on an SDR. I'm hoping that one drops down in price a little bit now that the new one comes out. You know, Cuba's all over the bands is the same. One of the frequencies sound like it. Yeah, it's the same thing. You know, the Cuban meter wave is the same thing. It's just a propaganda. Uh, but the meter wave they play more music, and they have some of them have like radio shows, like serial. I say like soaps. Like I know Radio Progreso has like soaps, Spanish soap operas. They play on the radio. I was like, okay, well. But that's it. It's just a log. It's more like logging things. Do you record? Do you record as well as listen? Yeah, with SDR Uno you can record. So yeah, you can set it up. Like for example, you don't have to be there. Once you set up the record feature, it'll record the bandwidth, the spectrum. You could do it that way. I don't do it that way because I'm here listening to it, and I just use my OBS to record what I'm listening to. But yeah, I've done that a couple of times where I left it. Yeah, it has that feature. SDR Sharp does. That's why there's another thing about SDR Sharp. They don't have a record feature like that. So SDR Uno has a record feature. So if you want a DX medium wave at night while you're sleeping, you set up the time and the band, and that's it. And then you come back and you tune the whole band like it's there. Right? Once it's recorded, and you this thing. Yeah, once you record it, the file is there, right? When you load it back to SDR Uno, it shows the whole spectrum as you listen to it right there, and you play it, and it starts playing right there, and you could tune it and see, okay, top of the hour was right here, because that's what you got to do when you record something. You want to put record from 5 minutes, like 3 minutes before the top of the hour to 3 minutes after the top of the hour. So that's 6 minutes, right? Because you don't want to record a whole hour. So 6 minutes, but you want it before and after, because that's usually where you get the station ID. Top of the hour. Sometimes you get it before the top of the hour. Sometimes you get it after, because they'll play news. Some radio stations play news at the top of the hour. Sometimes you'll hear a commercial that's locally. That's how you get to find out if that station is located wherever it's at. Because sometimes you don't get the station ID. It's hard. Especially if it's a foreign station. They're not obligated to do station ID all the time. You know? Because that's how I first found out about Cuban stations. Yeah. When you record, just record right before the top of the hour and right after. Because usually in the US, they'll tell you to call, WABC, and whatever, or, but a Cuban station, they usually say they're Radio Progreso, Radio whatever, and then they'll play the, what is it? Oh, the top of the hour, and like 790 in Cuba is Radio Reloj, right? So their station has a they call it a pip. It's like every second you hear pip, 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 right? But at the top of the hour, they'll tell you, they play it's like a jingle, and they'll tell you all the times. Like it's 10 o'clock here in Havana, Cuba. It's 9 o'clock in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. It's 8 o'clock in Colombia, and that's how you know it's the top of the hour. When you hear it over there, you'll know. And that's how I found out about Radio Love, because I used to listen to the app. Because I listen to the app a lot. I used to listen to it so I could know what to expect at the top of the hour. And once I heard that over the radio, I was like, that's it. That's Radio Reloj right there. I know that. And I logged it. I recorded. I set up the recording before that, and I got it the next time, and boom. Well, you could do the audio record it automatically while you sleep, but just do the top of the hour. You don't have to do the whole hour, because that's going to be a big file. I made the mistake of doing that one time. I said, record from this hour all the way to the next hour, and it's too much to go through, first of all, and it's like a gigabyte file. It was ridiculous. So when you're going to record, pick 1 hour, like pick 3 a.m. in the morning. Yeah, pick 3 a.m. in the morning where you think AMDX is going to be, medium wave DX is going to be best for this particular for what you're looking for, and say, please start recording at 2:55 in the morning and stop at 3:05. So it'll record like, I said 6 minutes, 10 minutes. So you'll get a 10-minute recording of the band, and then you go to all those stations, see if you get a DX. If you get a station ID, if you're lucky, you get that too, you know? And those are the ones that, because Oxford Shortwave, I learned from him. I used to watch his videos, and he's like, how did this man get so many? I said, does he ever sleep? Because all that stuff got to be real late at night. But then I noticed he's using the record feature. And, you know, he never made a video on that, but I would have, yeah. And then I know Sender Jagger from Germany, same thing. He will get nice DX, but there's no way you could get every DX by sitting there. So you have to record. You have to let it record, and then you come back and following morning and go through it and you listen to it and see if you get a, oh, I got a station ID on this frequency. And you wait, okay, let me see. Oh, that's this station I never heard of. It came in that night. That's how you get those things. Yeah, I don't know. I thought, yeah, you want to record. I don't do that anymore because I think my medium wave playlist is over 200 videos. So and I know, and I made more DX that I never logged in. I never recorded. So I probably logged in over 300 stations, medium wave. You know, some of them I picked up one night and I never picked it up again. You know I picked up Alaska. I picked up, but I didn't have to record it. I didn't have this and this. I didn't have to, you know, but the record feature, you can do that. You just put it and let it. But I didn't want to do that every day, and you know, sorry. Yeah, Oxford. Because I used to look at his. I said, how the hell? I said, oh, he's recording. He's playing back the record feature, and plus back then SDR Duno didn't have that feature. Only I want to record because sometimes I forget. I can, yeah, because the ELAD had that, so the ELAD software has that record feature. But back then we didn't have no. When I got into SDR, none of these softwares have that. SDR Uno had not the first time, but they finally put the record feature. And at first it wasn't that good. It was cumbersome and all whatever. Now it's much better. Now you could do that. You could say, okay, I want you to record at 3:00 in the morning. Yeah. Yeah, the ELAD. It's a trans. Well, they have an SDR only receiver, but the one they have is a transceiver. I forgot what model it is. It's like a red one. It's a metal. It's a SDR, but it's you could use it as a standalone radio, or ELAD. You go look it up, ELAD. So I was gonna get that one, the ELAD. I was gonna get not the one they have, because that's a transceiver too. It does both. I was gonna get the receiver, but it was $500. But then when this one announced it, I said, no, I'm buying this one, because I really didn't want to pay $500 for that radio. Even though that time I was working, I was still working in Kawasaki. I was about to pull the trigger on the ELAD. Now they have the Perseus, but the Perseus is the new one. I could imagine how it's not announcing how much it's going to be, but if the old one was $1,000 for years, it's over 10 years old and it still costs $1,000. And I was looking at it. It was $1,100 with the total. It was going to be like, I said, nah, I can't. I just kept saying, no, I can't justify buying this right now. I would like to try the Perseus, but no, I'm not paying $1,000. I'm not paying as much as I want to get in more DX for medium wave. I just can't see that. It's too much. You do fine with this one, because that's what he did. That's what I asked for. He tried this one. He loves this one. He from the UK, he gets transatlantic catches with this one. Me, I haven't been so lucky. I don't get transatlantic catches. I get, this side of the pond. I haven't gotten a transatlantic catch on medium wave. But then again, I'm not recording and all that. But he gets transatlantic catches. He's from the UK. He's gotten catches all the way down to medium wave. Yeah, medium wave. He gotten catches all the way down to Puerto Rico from from UK with this radio right here. And but he records it. He has he has maybe it's my hearing. He has a better ear than I do. I don't know, but I can't. I try. So anyway, this is the port, the BNC port. This is an adapter. I use it for my why am I pointing? Why am I pointing at the screen? I'm pointing right here. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so yeah. So I would just get this one. I would get this. You're gonna be very happy with this radio. You'll be very happy with it. Because the problem is, if you buy this one, yeah, it looks small, but it looks fragile, and you want a wideband anyway, because there's times I couldn't listen to radio for a while here because I had a neighbor. Oh my God, it was crazy. For months, there was a time where I couldn't even listen to medium wave. Really bad. Only real late at night, barely. And only in the summertime, it was really bad in the summertime. And I don't know, they were growing marijuana in the house. I had a grow light. I don't know. It was just crazy. It was like, kill the whole band. You would hear the noise all the time. Yeah, it was crazy. And then they moved out. They got evicted. And the noise disappeared. So I don't know, they were growing marijuana in the house across the street because they were shady people. I had my run-ins with them over parking over here. They were trying to block my driveway and all that. Yeah. So they got evicted. They got evicted after the COVID thing, because they couldn't get evicted because of COVID. So they were staying there for another year for free. And finally, the owner, dodgy people. Yeah, well, that's dumb. Slobs. They would leave garbage all over here. They park their car. They would eat trash. I'm gonna say low life people. And when they moved out, the noise went with them. I don't know if they had a plasma screen or grow light. They were growing marijuana in the house. Yeah, exactly. And all of a sudden, now it's so quiet. They had no more drama with them. They used to always fight with everybody over there. Now it's quiet. It's clean out there. Peaceful. And some people just can't coexist with other people. They just, for whatever reason, I don't know. They weren't raised right, whatever it was. Mommy and daddy didn't give them enough hugs. I don't know. I don't know. So you want to see more live streams like this, right? Say yes. I can do live streams. Yeah, in this time of the day, I can do live streaming. It's just if I try to do it like later on in the day when my son is awake playing, and I forget, you hear footsteps upstairs and all that, because this house is so old. Even walking, it's like, and that's another thing I'm gonna have to do. I'm gonna have to eventually try to soundproof this room. Right now I'm okay because he's sleeping. Even when I sleep, he's sleeping. He was up all night playing. And my wife, I told her, I said, you let him sleep all day, he's gonna be up all night. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, plus I want to do the stream when I know nobody else is doing the stream, like when Jill's is doing his stream. I'm not gonna do mine and his. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna compete with it. I'm not doing that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up in another 10 minutes. I've been on for 3 hours and 49 minutes. So I'm gonna make it officially 4 hours. And then I'll be done for today. And then I'm gonna see what happens, see what the feedback is. And then we'll do this, at least maybe once a week or something. We'll see, because I want to start doing this for my other channel. Like I said, my Finance channel, Danny Finance. Okay, the channels down there while the feature channels have a, is right now I've been covering crypto, but I'm gonna cover stocks, investing, things like that. The retro gaming channel, I have that too. I did a live stream yesterday for that, and that's just playing video games. I just playing video games and talking and whatever, and we'll see what that does. And eventually, I'm gonna do tech channel. Working on that. And right now, of course, I'm not getting monetized for this video because I got dropped from the monetization. Even though I got 2,000 subscribers, my viewing hours went down because I wasn't posting content because I could tell you I had all these issues with the COVID. So I need to bring my viewing hours back up so I can qualify again. So if you want to help out this channel, PayPal. I guess PayPal will be the only way right now because I'm not doing Patreon. I have a Patreon account, but I'm not doing Patreon. I don't want to. I don't want to people to pay monthly. I don't believe in that. I'm sorry. Now, once this is become monetized, then I'm gonna have the super chat thing, and that'll be easier. But right now, I'm not qualified for super chat and all that stuff. That has to wait. So the only way right now is PayPal. PayPal, or I have an Amazon store. I'm gonna post the link below. I don't want to post it now because it's in my some of my videos. Actually, it's in my when you go to my about page, it's the first Amazon link. It's basically Amazon.com/store/Danny and Radio DX. And the link is there. So if you're gonna buy something from Amazon, go through that link. I get commission for whatever you buy. That will really help out. So Amazon commission, PayPal. That will be the best way. PayPal and Amazon commission for right now. That will help me directly right now. And I have an Amazon wish list if you want to buy something from that list for this channel. But Amazon store is the best way because you can still buy. Pass into the radio channel. Have a great day. Elmer time. Thank you. And yeah, Amazon store will be the best way because you don't have to buy radio related stuff. You can buy anything, and the code just follows you along, and I still get commission. And that's what's been supporting my channel. A couple of people went in there and bought, like, when I post the links for the adapters and the wire, people went in there and bought it. And, I don't get nothing. I get nothing. It's like very few, but it adds up, and it's enough for me to buy something else or whatever. And also, I seen people buy other stuff. Like somebody bought the adapter the other day and they bought cat food. So yeah, they bought the adapter and they bought cat food, and I get commission for both. So, use the Amazon link. That would be the best way if you want to support this channel. The Amazon links, or if you want to send money directly to me, PayPal. Now, I could put a Bitcoin address. If you want to send me a little Bitcoin, like any amount of Bitcoin or Ethereum, whatever. But I know most of you are not crypto guys. I have that on that channel. On my finance channel, if you want to donate crypto, I have the links there. I may put them on this channel, but right now, we'll see. Because on that channel, that's how they support me. They either open up a Gemini account and I get $10 of Bitcoin, or open up a Coinbase account, or they open up a Robinhood account and I get free stock. But that's on that channel. On this channel, I don't have that because this is not a finance channel. So I don't want to put that here. Or maybe I could do that, but again, this is not that channel for that. So yeah, so so I got a Patreon account, but I don't want to make it simple, really simple. I don't want to because what happened with Patreon, I see they try to you got half of your users are Patreon users, and you got to make content for them because you got to keep them happy. And I don't want to do that. I want everybody to be in the same room. I don't like that Oh, you and if you give me this much Patreon, you become this tier. And I don't want to do all that. I don't like participating in those things anyway. You know, I don't like when I see channels like that with the Patreon thing. To be honest, it kind of turns me off because now it's like, okay, now you're developing like a tier system because they get their name mentioned at the end of the video. Come on, seriously. Yeah, so I think right now the best way is PayPal because I get that directly, you know, and I can use that. And Amazon. Amazon right now, that's the best way. Until I can get monetized again on YouTube. Sorry, my nose is itching now. Until I get monetized on YouTube again, then eventually I could put the little super chat thing and you could just click on that and or the thank button. That's new now too. They have the thank button. You could thank people, and you could send whatever amount right there. But I don't have that right now. I don't have YouTube monetization until that happens again, if it happens. But right now I'm still short under 4,000 hours. Right now I'm at. Last time I checked, I had 2,500 hours, and I need 4,000 to pass the threshold to get monetized again. Well, I'll try. I'll try to teach as much as I can. Not only radio stuff, but in general, life stuff. My other channel. And I talk about, you saw how long I went here. It was almost 4 hours, and then we probably spent about 3 hours talking about non-radio related stuff. But it's to pass the time, and that's the way I feel about when I go to Jill's channel. Everybody there is friendly. Eventually, you guys are going to be mods. Like, you guys are going to be mods already. Because you guys are my first guys here. Eventually, you guys are going to be all mods. So, right now I have it set up for like, you have to be a subscriber to my channel, even if it's 5 minutes. Because I don't want to put everybody coming here. I'm not ready for that. So, eventually, I'll do that. But I have mods. And then we'll take it from there. Yeah, it is fun. It's fun to talk to other people around the world. I mean, I love Australia. I'm always fascinated by Australia. Since I was a little boy, I used to read encyclopedias, and that was one of the first countries I was fascinated with. I look at the map and I saw the it's provinces, right? They're not states, they're provinces, are they? So I was like, okay, well, yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah, you're right. Delete the morons. Yep. So yeah, so Australia is it's not states, right? It's provinces. Like, so I was like, okay, so this is this, I was always fascinated with that. So as a little kid, I was always into states and territories. Okay, so I was wrong. It's not provinces, Canada. Okay, so it's states and territories. Okay, like New South Wales, is it? And what's the other one? Queensland. I don't know all of them now because I forgot, but and so and I know a few cities. Like I know Perth, Australia is on the west coast, and all the other cities are on the east coast. And the like, what is it? And then there's one like in the middle. Is it Adelaide or something like that? I forgot, Adelaide or something. And then in the middle is nobody. It's like your country is like I forgot how many million people you have. You have like, is it like 27 million or something? Your population. Australian Capital Territory. Okay, ACT. So Canberra. Okay. Oh yeah, so you mentioned it earlier, Canberra. So yeah, so it's like most of the population lives near this coast, and if you're on the west coast, and a couple, but nothing in this part in the middle. I was like, it's fascinating, and it's like, okay, I'm not sure, maybe 33. Oh yeah, 33 million. Yeah, 30. Okay, but that's still not that's compared to like California alone is like 40 something million now. So yeah, like Vegas says. Sparky's MLA-85. There are those nice radios behind you. How well does the helicopter work? Well, this, oh my God. The SX25 is still working. It works fine. It's just at that time the band, I didn't know, no tube replacement. Oh yeah, one tube burned down. I replaced the tube, but it's working fine. When I bought that one, and it was already partially recapped. The other one that I rescued from the potential dumpster is that one is deaf on the shortwave, and this one's working fine. The S38B, that one was working fine. That one I just had to fix the band. Remember the string broke, and I restringed it. It works fine. That one's working fine all around. That one's working fine. I just don't like to. I don't, I only use them once in a while, like when I make a video on it, because you never know when the last time. And then it's really so. I just, they're more now for showpieces. I wouldn't want to put them on all the time. Yeah, that two tubes are expensive. So, I rather play with this one with the from the 80s and so on, the 90s, whatever. I rather play with this one. All the Kenwood R2000 or the portables. Because I bought these because I never owned a tube radio, so I said, let's see. So that's what I bought them for. All right, so now we have 4 hours. So I'm gonna wrap it up. 4 hours in, 4 hours in the books. It's gonna be 12 o'clock, 11:58. So I'm gonna wrap it up. Yeah, I know you had the DX300, which is the same as this one, pretty much. This is the 302. Yeah, it is a nice radio. This radio is nice. I was impressed. Yeah, great show. Thank you. Thank you, Don. Thank you, Dennis. Sparky's L85. Thank you, Elmer. I have like 6 watchers. So thank you everybody for watching my live show. I'll be back soon. And I want to see how this encodes. And I'll see how playback and so on. I want to see I mean, so far the stream's been okay because nobody didn't complain that it was too slow. Thank you, Holy Unaware. And so far, I think the stream's been okay. I don't get any indicator that it was not. I have it hooked up to Ethernet. So, all right. So thank you for watching. And I'll see you soon. Take care. Bye-bye.